All right. Starting day with T1 versus Gen G from yesterday. Center myself here.
For Gumayusi, he has been, I think, maybe our best Jhin player in the LCK as it slowly gains some popularity. The Ezreal ban is just, T1's like, nope, we're not going to do that. Guma also a fantastic Ashe, so that's going to be taken away. I think that's a good idea from Gen G too.
Maokai gone from Canyon. I think that's a completely reasonable ban. Now we're looking at some of the other picks here, like the Vi potentially.
First pick Cork Ears.
It does look like
Lucian versus Chovy makes sense, even though Chovy's playing Draven mid quite a bit. Okay, we're going to take buyout. Owner's been good on Poppy and Nidalee, though, recently. Corky first pick.
But he will lock the Lilia here. A very unexpected pick here.
Yeah, actually quite unexpected. Not really a T1 pick or even an LCK pick at all. So Cassante blind for Keen. Gnar is still going to be up.
The Vayne is gone. The Twisted Fate may follow.
So they're taking the Vayne out because this was the answer that T1 had at MSI to the Cassante. They're going to take Gnar away as well.
Interesting situation here that T1 find themselves in now.
Okay, so it's going to be a mid Zeri.
Very weak into Kalista, though, mind you, this Senna pick.
Possible lane swap scenario.
Carry in mid, and then,
with Kalista. Okay, we're going to take the Mordekaiser.
Senna pick that will become this extremely long-range threat that you won't be able to get to very easily.
Zeus is 369ing it up in the top side. We're going to take the Ornn in the matchup, so probably a lane swap, one would think.
And in terms of Mordekaiser ult value,
will Aurora be available for the World's meta? Yes, should be.
She's going to be so far away. You get one of the frontliners, there's another one that you have to still go through.
Did I miss something with the Vayne ban? At MSI, Zeus played top Vayne into Cassante. Your wife wants to know if I have visible abs? No.
And to get owner into position,
I enjoy life, so I don't do that to myself. I mean, I could. It would just be a much more strict diet. I mean, I eat quite healthy, but you really have to cut body fat percentage pretty hard for that.
It's hard to break through that. And Zeri would, if she was the AD carry in this,
I definitely would, given my core strength, if I cut.
I'm gonna have to lean towards,
but you know, I like having a beer or a glass of wine and like ice cream sometimes.
So. In the mid game and get too big to fail, there is a way that they actually stop this Gen G composition before it really gets fully rolling.
Yeah, speaking of rolling, Lilia here for owner, going up against Canyon's Nidalee. That's going to be a rough matchup. I do wonder, you know, how he is going to navigate that and see if he can make this Lilia pick make a bit more sense for all of us here in this first game. As we are ready, the top of the rip for T1 versus Gen G.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Off we go into the first game of this very hype matchup. T1 up against Gen G once again, as the memes have already, you know, started happening again about T1 Gen G being our finals.
Oh no.
Especially with T1 on the upswing. They kind of cooled off after T1 had their slump in the midseason here in summer, but
so in terms of composition, though, like, I don't really understand what this Lilia is supposed to do. I mean, you're only up against two melee champions. I just haven't been enjoying a lot of Lilia picks recently. I think she's really strong into multiple melees, but, you know, opting into this matchup versus Nidalee, like, I guess you're trying to match clear speed. Also, really surprised we aren't seeing a lane swap from Gen G. Seems relatively natural considering they have two losing lanes in the side lanes.
Look great here, even if they lose. You know, maybe they will be strong.
So T1, I would expect, could get some advantages early here. Also, Lilia might be able to actually get in, invade, and take some camps away.
This time around, after getting so close in spring, it was mentioned earlier. The Pays stats, by the way, just want to refresh everyone on this. 3 kills away from being not only the youngest player to hit 1,000 kills, younger than Faker.
Did CC fall up on not ult on range champs? Maybe.
Newest
But
games played, he would also reach. So, you know, big milestone here, a little bit tougher to reach.
I mean, we'll see how that gets played out. I've been skeptical about Lilia. I've been waiting for Lilia to like fucking do something. Owner's first ever pick on Lilia.
This is definitely a pressure point where Owner could try
Zace's first pick on MonteCristo. Definitely a champion Keen has been more interested in using, at least in the LCK side, but 369's on top esports been the biggest one globally using it. I've seen the video where Faker banged his head on the wall. Yeah, it's sad. I'm sure we'll talk about it a lot on the shows this week, guys.
Looks like he's the one putting on the pressure. Faker not really focusing on trading with Chovy, just trying to hit all the CS. Meanwhile, there was a ward that spotted Nidalee going into Owner's jungle, and so Owner will know that he's got to go into Canyon's jungle here.
Chovy is pushing the wave so quickly that Fakers haven't used it. I can give Faker an advantage.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. We go Raptors into, they have a ward down, so they see the Nidalee on the invade here at the blue buff, so we end up in a vertical jungling situation.
And then forcing Faker to Gatlin minions and not the champion, and that's when Corki's in that position, he's not feeling too great.
Yeah, I think the big thing about it is you can always choose your fights as Zeri, right? As Corki, it's like, okay, I'm Gatling gunning, I'm throwing in a bomb, and Zeri's just like, well, I'm just not going to interact with you until your cooldowns are on, on cooldown. As FaZe has not lost a game on Senna ever in the LCK. And, ooh, that zap actually got him there. Faker struggling here in mid as Jonas Strong only wants to watch this.
Thank you, Matty Man, for your tier 1 subscription. Also, thank you for SB. Sorry I didn't get to you earlier. Thank you for your tier 1 sub. We appreciate it. Faker needs a break. People saying it's passionate. Yeah, I mean, look. I said this on SI, but T1 schedule has been ridiculous. They've literally been... Sorry, I was fixing my light. This iteration with these 5 players has literally been in like a deep run at every single tournament over the last 2 years. So like 2022, make it all the way to, you know, they make it to MSI finals, then they make it to the World Finals. 2023, you know, they make a run at MSI, they win Worlds. Now we're in 2024, make a deep run in MSI. They also had the Red Bull thing in the offseason. Like, this team has basically been run ragged. And it's been this core 5 group of players as well. Sebster123, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
Use this lane pressure to steal the Gromp away from Canyon.
So it's I mean, I think going to that Red Bull tournament and going to the Esports World Cup for T1 are just silly. Like, these guys just don't get a break ever.
Not to be the case.
Like, they shouldn't be doing optional events after 2 years of deep runs at Worlds and MSI. Also, obviously, they were making it to the finals of every single LCK, too, so they just don't get breaks.
Huge advantage either way. Keen does have Prio. It's really the mid lane where we're starting to see a matchup go very strongly in favor of Gen G. And it's quite significant that he's going to get this fairly free laning phase against the Corki. Good CS here by Faker, though.
Yeah, he's keeping up. I think Corki is really easy to CS with, honestly. You can just use your Gatling gun. Even if you get pushed under turret, you can just weaken the range minions so that they just die to 1 auto attack and a turret shot. He's still being hard pushed under that turret by Chovy, making things a bit more difficult, which is why Faker will fall behind. The Lilia, by the way, very fast at farming, even right from the get-go.
Wants to stop this back so badly because Chovy will have the extra teleport advantage here, but doesn't end up getting in there to stop him. So just
okay, Cole by, so Cole versus Tier, super boring mid lane.
And that's another thing.
A lot of vertical jungling being set up here.
Just simply avoid those.
Honestly surprised that Lehems is farming so well on this Ornn and bot side.
And that's another thing Zeri could do. It's good at
massive minion wave. A little bit questionable, as Pei's going to use that range to just escort the wave in and harass a little bit.
No, they're really not getting a lot of advantage. Despite the fact that they had vertical jungling and bot side, there's just really very little advantage to this Kalista right now.
Very nice, especially, you know, when we saw the blind Kalista coming through into just the Zeri, which we knew could be flex. As barrier going to have to be used here from Guma. Now he's rooted down. This nearly catches him as Guma, just cool as ever, doesn't have to flash or anything.
Hard to hit that Kalista with Nidalee Spears, though.
This is really rough. This is not what you want, and your Kalista into Senna lane is actually, you're the one who's being pressured by the enemy jungler. Now you see a rush up from Owner towards the top side of the map. He's going to ward there. I think the best he could hope for here is stopping Keen's back, and even that is looking unlikely. drops the control ward here, and we'll get some consolation Krugs, as we like to call them here at the LCK. Chovy hits level 6. He bought a Cull, which is really indexing into our comp is going to be extremely strong later on. That's going to be a big swath of gold he's going to get. While he did put pressure on Faker, Faker kept the CS even. He doesn't really have a ton of kill pressure, even with his level 6 all-in opportunities. Faker will respect that, back off. But that just means that Chovy will get guaranteed big money soon. And I really just like that itemization here coming through, as see both of our junglers have gone for the Faded Ashes. Owner with some topside control will take away these Grubs. Not the most significant game for side lane pressure with the Cassante Mordekaiser, but it is what you can get when your bottom side is a little bit in tatters.
Yeah, we'll see if any of our mid laners, you know, get a moment to push, but you're exactly right. I don't think that Mordekaiser...
Pretty boring early game so far. Not great, though, for T1, honestly, to kind of be going even in these situations. Like, 200 gold up seems pretty shit for them.
But yeah, Chovy's just going to return here. We do have the trade of objectives, as the Cloud Drake did go the way of Gen G. We got Mountain on the way, so...
Cassante can eat this pressure so easily up here in the top side as well, and Guma has basically just conceded the lane bottom side, and he may be able to get a plate, but with the lane swap protection, it's so much tougher to make this actually viable right now, especially into that beefy Cassante, who did, you know, itemize MR because he's, you know, laning into a Mordekaiser, but still, I think he will be able to stave off this pressure pretty well. Owner has level 6. Don't think he can really do much with it.
Just gonna pressure a little bit, steal some popcorn chicken, and get away there. Faker taking a nice trade in mid, as the lane was pushing into Chovy. Chovy doesn't seem to... I don't know if he's been hit by one phosphorus bomb yet. I don't know if it's happened.
Yeah, I haven't really seen one myself. Plated Steel Caps allows Faker to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Oh, thank you for the bits. Thoughts on death timer changes? Will it see people play more cautiously? Yeah, I mean, right now the death timers are really short in the early levels.
He's watching. The knockup's going to come in a route as well, but this is Mordekaiser.
And really quite long later on into the game, too. Like, the game can end super easily. I feel like you need a better balance, like longer early, shorter late.
Level 6 ult, so Zeus is going to back away. Meanwhile, Fate's Call is going to be used up in the top side, and a lot of action, actually. His owner's on the top side here as well, trying to threaten Keen. All out is down, but Zeus also being pressured under his turret. Who's going to be the first top laner to fall is really the question, as the sleep will come in, but the Senna ult...
Well, one of those top laners has Mordekaiser ult, so... Wow, really?
Under his turret chamber.
Yes, we won't see, but I'm keeping my eye on the minimap.
He's watching. The knockup's going to come in a route as well, but this is Mordekaiser.
Oh, interesting. So they actually forced the Mordekaiser ult early, so they're able to potentially dive him. It's very clever by Gen G. They commit now because they know that the Nidalee's bot side, and then they can just re-engage later on.
Fate's Call is going to be used up in the top side, and a lot of action, actually.
Keen tries to grab Keria with his ultimate. Keria gets Kalista ulted out.
Zeus also being pressured under his turret. Who's going to be the first top laner to fall is really the question, as the sleep will come in, but the Senna ult helping a bit. A lot of tanking goes in from Guma, as Keen is very low,
he's still dead.
No kill just yet. Another plate to go down, and finally it will come through. First blood, and Zeus will go down as we expected, but first blood does go to T1.
Now there's no teleport here to protect this top lane, so a lot of plate gold will go over to T1. The same could be true here in the bottom lane, though, as it's going to be Lehens who backs away, no TP. Pei's going to try to pick up some solo plates here with a massive wave they have crashing. This ends up being a pretty good trade for T1 because they get both the first blood as well as those additional plates topside, as Keen plays this incredibly well, pulling Keria into the Fate's Call, essentially, as that's traded there. That means he doesn't have his ultimate for Owner's follow-up here. Has a fantastic flash, though, as Guma takes a ton of aggro. The Senna ult comes through, and then look at the ramping turret damage here this early in the game. Owner loses half of his health bar, but they still juggle the follow-up incredibly well. Guma picks up the kill, will pick up some plate gold. Zeus buys a
there's no surviving this on either side.
A ton of farm, though, at the same time. And will be Pei's picking up plates in the exchange. He almost gets out here, but is eventually run down.
I think if he doesn't turn to get the grab and just dodges the spear, he might actually survive. Pace still had flash, so I feel like maybe Pace has to flash.
No, he's dead.
Perhaps, maybe. He does get away in some universe.
I think in a lot of ways you can contextualize all win here. I feel like the game state's still pretty even. Feels pretty good for Gen G.
Yeah, I think at this point either team could run away with this one, but we'll have to wait and see how this mid game does play out at this point in time. Obviously, a decent amount of scaling on the side of T1 as well, but I like that you highlight the ornaments that will come out from Lehens. Just another bonus on top of a pretty strong lane that is Senna Ornn. As we look at mid once again, we're not seeing it as much, but you can see that Faker is, holding his own at this point in time. Might have a little Grubs fight here as Gen.G are trying to get some of their own, and Guma forced to flash down on the bottom side by himself. But with that, Faker is, from Lehens, just another bonus on top of a pretty strong lane that is Senna Ornn. As we look at mid once again, we're not seeing it as
So I want
much.
to see if these how aggressively they were pushing up.
His own at this point in time.
So they actually do see Nautilus on wards in the river here, and that triggers this. Guma's just too far pushed up.
But with Owner up on the top side here, they might be able to pick up 5 grubs for the side of T1, as it looks like they will.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge win here for T1. Able to get this. Yes, they lost a flash bottom side, but that won't necessarily end up being too impactful. And 5 grubs, if a Corki or a Callista gets some alone time with a turret, will end up being quite significant. Again, tough to do in this team composition. Canyon.
Yeah.
Should be fine. Doesn't care.
He's actually pressuring Keria. He's a bowling ball, just awkward roll over the table. So maybe not the best. He's a hockey fan, an ice hockey fan.
He's going to put more pressure on. A lot of stats in that Shiv, as well as extra wave clear. Faker almost all in there. Chovy has his ultimate and flash.
Chovy just casually bopping in the mids area. This guy's so crazy.
Keria comes up.
Chovy is Zeri and had the ability to get away there, but just doesn't even bother as the hook does miss. We do have this Mountain Drake spawned, and Chovy is putting on an immense amount of pressure in mid. We do have TP available for Faker, so maybe he just TPs back in and they try to fight for this, but we'll see how this fight does go for the Mountain Drake, as Owner is set up in position to go for it.
Chovy got that extra plate. Shiv early, it gave him that advantage in that matchup of that last little skirmish, and now his call is finishing. So he's just in such a good spot here. The Corki's going to take a lot longer to come online. We'll need that 2-item spike. I mean, not to say that Zeri is ready to team fight, but she's certainly ready to push mid and get prio. T1 will, however, get this, as it looks like Gen.G more interested in pushing plates bottom side, not willing to take a fight. They already bought 5 minutes of time with that first dragon. I say that though, Lehens is going to come over and mess around. Does have unsealed, but no smite set, and they are just going to give this up.
Yeah, pretty surprising. I mean, they got a plate and bot. Italy will be very annoying if it gets.
I think it's also just a decision that Gen.G
Pretty
makes,
dreary early game so far, guys.
Threatening to go for an ult. Had Canyon nearby as well, closer than Owner, as we know.
But honestly,
So,
like,
wasn't
pretty
scared to take
shocking
a
how
move by
close
any
these
means.
side lanes are.
Certainly not. Owner does have his Leandries a little bit faster than we do see from Canyon. Won't necessarily matter if he's not able to fight any enemy champions, as it's Canyon who's putting the pressure on. In fact, here's stopping his back. And Rylai's is done here for Mordekaiser, so this is a very strong moment for T1, even though the Corki isn't quite online. I think Gen.G should respect
Got
it.
5 grubs for T1.
Faker doing a bit of
Their
damage.
siege comp is not super good, though.
And they have the sustain from Senna in Italy. We have seen this combo before where it's like, okay, you want to poke on us, but then we just heal everything because we have double healing champions.
Okay,
that are
5 Ben
also
at Herald right now. TP coming in. Oh, they're actually going to fight this.
We're going to get this TP up from the side of Zeus, as it does look like they do want to go for the fight. Keen just in the front line trying to zone this one away. As
Nice hook from Keria. Stops Ornn R2. Guma by himself on the flank.
But he is still alive. Zeus in that front line trying to take down this Ornn. It might be able to, but no. Does get rooted up.
Wait, how does Cassandre not get over the wall?
As Lance is in the death chamber, but he is still alive.
All right, Keen flashes into the pit.
Trying to take down this Ornn. It might be able to, but no. Does get rooted up.
Oh.
Keen will go down. Faker does
Actually gets
pick
hit
up
by
that
Callisto
kill,
ult.
as the Rift Herald did go to Gen.G.
Really a split read here from T1. They sent Zeus bottom. They had Callista pushing top, and then they suddenly opted to fight. They ended up winning the fight, and they got a kill.
Yeah, but they only got
lost the
one
objective.
tier 1,
It looks like he's still
or they only got
gonna be
1
able to
kill,
start after
and like
the
maybe they can
ensuing
get
fight,
this
but it
tier
looks
1.
like
In which
T1
case,
just
a
gonna
very
keep
good
trying to
trade for
get
T1
advantages and
for
top
Herald.
bottom instead, but late.
Kill in tier 1 is
The fight,
good.
And then we're still successful there. Again, Corki not very strong just yet, but the Mordekaiser ult is game-changing when you can just pull an Ornn out of the fight. Then you have, of course, a ton of damage output at this stage in the game. You can see Gen.G have Keen set to frontline here. Lehens drops the Ornn Horn down, but is pulled by Keria here, so unable to activate it, and then Guma doing tons of damage to Keen, who's forced to flash. A very late come to the objective by T1, a very late join. They still end up grabbing the kill onto Keen, still get that top turret, and they just don't want to give Gen.G any more time-buying tools. Unfortunately, though, the Herald did go over, looks like charged mid.
Yeah, did a bunch of damage to this mid turret, but the first turret pulled back in the top lane. Still no turret.
Scaling is absolutely going to be crazy on Gen.G, though,
In the matchup
with Senna and Ornn.
Keen, you have the Rooker in time.
Wow, we still got some time for that.
Extra strength, whereas Gen.G, they want like 2-3 items on the Zeri. Chovy hasn't really had his moment. He's farming well. And then
It's not really going to be any kind of early Drake's Soul here or anything like that, so this game's probably going to stall out for a bit.
You know, but otherwise not too impactful as Keria. Ooh.
Yeah, it's going to be a catch here on a Keria, who is in a bit of trouble as the Fate's Call will have to be used. It does get him out of dodge. Meanwhile, Keria elects to go back in and nearly takes a huge chunk of damage from the spear.
I love how Lehens predicted, of course, the Fate's Call is going to come out and just sends the ult to Guma. He's like, all right, okay. Faker looking for an all-in here, potentially pushing Chovy away. Like you mentioned, Chovy just doesn't really have any items yet. He has the Shiv, which is good wave clear, but the Triforce here for Faker is where he's really going to start to put his mark in this side lane. And the Dragon is live. However, neither team having enough control to really contest. Lehens doesn't have ultimate. They're very aware of this, but he's still a strong front line here. And it's a bit of a late group. Faker backed, did buy his Warhammer. As a little bit of indecision.
Looks like Gen.G do want to fight for this, actually. They see Owner starting it. A bit of poke already coming down on Owner. That's a massive spear getting him down
combo.
towards half health. As
Center
maybe T1
root
will
straight in
lose
Italy
here, but no,
spear.
they've got all 5 members around this area. So now Lehens is going to walk towards it. Callista, got to be careful about that, as Guma will punish quite a bit. Looks like a 5v5 brewing for this first Ocean Drake.
Yeah, looks like it. Again, Lehens no ultimate here. That's very critical.
Just had to dodge a Chihuahua twice because it kept running in front of my car. How do you dodge that with a car? How'd you even see it?
And their Zeri isn't online just yet, but if T1 are indecisive and a few spears land, that's Dragon going over, and Keen's pushing forward.
Yeah, Keen trying to catch Faker. That's not going to work out. Now he just gets hooked and has to flash away. The sleep is coming in.
Oh, bad play from Keen.
That's Dragon going over, and Keen's pushing forward.
Yeah, Keen trying to...
Nice Valk from Faker on the kite.
Yeah, they have a big front line, and their Zeri isn't online just yet, but if T1 are indecisive and a few spears land, that's Dragon going over, and Keen's pushing forward.
Yeah, Keen trying to catch Faker. That's not going to work out. Now he just gets
Nice response from Keria, too. I mean, you can absolutely play Lilia if they just run into you like that.
Very over-aggressive in that moment, trying to start a fight onto Valkyrie.
They also just don't have Ornn ult, so I don't know what they thought they would do. If they could draw them into that fight and follow up with an Ornn ult, maybe that works, but they have no Ornn.
His ult is almost here, but I think without it, you just can't win this one. You got to leave, and that they will. Chovy trying to trade this for a turret. It's super low. It looks like he will get away with this. He can just slide over the wall. If anyone tries to go for a punish, will scout with his extendo. This might be a bridge too far.
Yeah, they're actually trying to ult this as well. Just... Is it actually a zoning ult? I mean, they've got Senna here, they've got Ornn. They're just trying to cut T1 off from trying to defend the mid turret. As meanwhile, they're going to have Keen TP down to the bottom lane to stop this turret from going down.
Weird call from Gen.G though in that choke point without Ornn ult up.
That's when they don't really have a lot of space. And unfortunately, he just went straight in there. T1, great punish. Chovy will get the turret in return. But it's at this moment here where Keen goes unstoppable and tries to go on to Faker. Doesn't have his unstoppable to get away. Has to flash. The sleep comes through. Almost looks like Paze kills him, ironically, but he's trying to give him some additional shielding there to actually survive the damage. And that's the Dragon going over.
Hooked, or rather flashed the Keria hook as well. It felt like he was very confident that they were going to win that fight, even if he did miss the stun, but
the other problem
he just got caught up big time.
The problem for him, too, is if you look at his itemization, it's all... You know, for the most part, MR that he had at that moment did have plated steel caps, but, you know, he's just not as tanky as K'Sante could be in an... They're not going to be able to...
Actually have an insane amount of Baron damage with Callista, Lilia, and Corki, and they also have Mordekaiser to trap Canyon. I mean, maybe
it's not
if the
impossible.
timing...
It's 22 minutes in, 2 item spike for Corki, so they are putting a lot of vision. They are grouped around this Baron. And like you say, with Rend and the Mordekaiser ult, you could do some fancy footwork there, but if you end up trying to take Baron and failing, the game basically ends as Hook comes through.
Yeah, that is Lehens. He's got some backup this time around. There have been a couple of awkward moments. Now the ult is going to be sent into the Ornn as now the TP comes in. Lehens is dead though. I mean, this is no way for him to get out. That's a pick on a Lehens, and now T1.
Wow, these picks are really working out for T1.
Trying to take Baron and failing, the game basically ends as Hook comes through.
Yeah, that is Lehens. He's got some backup this time around. There have been a couple of awkward moments. Now the ult is going to be sent into the Ornn as now the TP comes in. Lehens is dead though. I mean, this is no way.
Keria actually doing really well in the Knot this game.
And now T1 absolutely could consider this Baron, but still a very even game, and it looks like
Lehens still has TP.
Instead, Guma just gonna flash because he went the wrong way.
Yeah.
Wanted to go very fast to mid, I guess, and well, he will get in there as Keen gonna be pulled back by the Mordekaiser. Gotta be careful, getting very low.
I mean, he has that Rookern, but it's not going to last too long against all this magic damage, the AP damage coming through. They get the kill onto Lehens. He has teleport, doesn't have his ultimate, which was shut down again in that fight, so no value there. But I think that T1's still going to respect the possibility that, you know, if they try to do this Baron, Gen.G wins a team fight. It's lights out. With said teleport, Gen.G are going to clear the vision and force T1 to come. Yeah, they're going to force T1 to come here. Zeus has TP, but they've got to be quick about this. It is a Senna, mind you, but T1, they're very aware of this, but they just don't have vision.
I feel like this Baron is too slow.
Possibility that, you know, if they try to do this Baron...
So after that extension, they're trying to punish this play while they recall by attempting to do the Baron, but Baron might be a little bit slow here.
It is a Senna, mind you, but T1, they're very aware of this, but they just don't have vision.
I have TP on Cassante, and they need to back off. Just back off. It was a nice try.
And it's still very early, but yeah, they forced T1 over.
They got a TP, and
they
now
got the TP.
Keen gets a turret, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's good.
So it's a good trade, actually. They force TP and get a bot tier 1.
Send Zeus down there.
Runins is done for Chovy. I mean, he's starting to build towards...
It's a nice punish on recall timing by Gen.G.
The Zeri is starting to come online, and I keep mentioning the Zeri, you know, because if T1 don't get to have the fights they want with this Kalista Corki 2-item spike on the Corki, then Gen.G just becomes so difficult because their comp is so robust. But if you fight like this and you're super split and you don't clear all your teleport wards, then Lehens will just die again here in this game. He's cut off. Keen wasn't there. It's a really unfortunate moment there for Gen.G. They aren't able to take Baron. Gen.G start a Baron, they get a teleport, get a turret. Very close game still.
Yeah, TP now into mid. This one from Chovy, so not the biggest steal in the world. Doesn't look like he wants to be on the split push at all. Wants to be ready to go if we do start up a fight right away. And it seems like Gen.G want to do exactly that here on this Ocean Drake.
Lehens has Smite set on his Unsealed. He's ready to potentially double smite this one with Canyon here. A lot of damage. That combo very difficult to steal this one away as T1. Chovy?
Oh, the ult here from Keria. They're going to catch Chovy, and he should be going...
God, Keria is just playing this super well, honestly.
That combo very difficult to steal this one away as T1.
Chovy. Look, Keria is absolutely carrying this game for T1.
Oh, the ult here from Keria. They're going to catch Chovy, and he should be going down.
They just assassinate him with everything. Like, Lilia's only useful because of the follow-up that we're seeing from Owner on Keria. Oh my god, Keria's... What the fuck, man? Keria literally makes that play, then he walks into the mid lane, and he's not fucking done, dude. It's like, up. I got the Ornn. Then he gets Kalista ulted in, and they kill Ornn. Oh, they don't quite kill him.
Go for it. Faker's doing the dragon for some reason.
He does not have teleport, and
that's fine. They can do the Baron. Wow.
He was seen on a ward. Gen.G do know.
Dude, fucking Keria's popping off this game.
This is going to be a Hail Mary. He has smite, but no flash.
This is why Nautilus used to be banned against Keria like every game 2 years ago. He's got his diver man mojo back.
Over to Canyon on the steal as the spear really catches it, but no, with the Kalista, an easy secure here for T1.
T1's punish game has been so good this game.
Did I address the chat, the Faker mental boom? I mean, what do you say about it? Shit sucks. We'll talk about it on the shows this week, I'm sure. It's pretty awful to see. Of course, has there been a statement from T1? Where's Joey Marsh? Has there been a statement from the mystery commissioner of the LCK? Why hasn't the LCK said anything? Weird.
Point and click, set up the knockup, very easy to lock Chovy down there. And Genji's setups have been a little bit rocky, to say it nicely. They will be able to, it looks like, even up the dragons here, but it feels like a consolation prize in comparison to T1's Baron. You consider the amount of map control it's going to come with it, and the fact that
Surely T1 and Joe Mars share no blame in this for K-popifying the fans and making them super weird, and basically encouraging all of their weirdest, most toxic traits.
The longest game we had was 26 minutes. Gen G just smothered them in 2 games. One was 26, one was 24. So now T1 up against Gen G, finally putting up a good fight, and perhaps Gen G just weren't quite ready for this level of fights, you know? T1 are certainly bringing their A game today as well. They're going to lose the blue for some reason. Canyon just going to take that down with the spear. And so far this Baron push has been a little bit lackluster. We're finally going to get one turret that does go down in mid.
Yeah, Chovy's not here with his shift to help clear the wave. Had to go topside, is coming back now, doesn't have teleport. T1 really wanted to actually snowball this into a pick, it looked like. They were forcing their way into the jungle, trying to take away that blue buff. As it all comes down to this moment from Karrier, he's got flash, flashes, ults, hooks in, calling out, he has no flash as they focus on, he's watching his Kalista on the other side.
Wow, he's just like, I must protect Guma.
Right there, he gets the kill, he looks right at his buddy, he's like, it's going okay for you over there, right? They're pushing on you, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Karrier so clean with the call, great flash engage, big punish onto Chovy, and that's the gold lead kind of ballooning here now for T1.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things for T1 that they were struggling with was I think that Karrier was a bit kind of all over the place. His calls were not crisp.
I will say about the Faker thing, like, you guys are aware that pro players on multiple occasions in Europe have, like, broken their fucking hands from punching walls, right? So I don't think what Faker did to himself was, like, as bad of an injury as that. Like, it's very not good, but, you know, as far as, like, player self-injury from frustration, it's not even, like, among the worst. Like, think about Soaz and Oscar. Like,
until right now, misses the Valkyrie over. Comes in from Keen as he's going to knock that one. Faker's just chasing Canyon into the jungle, but he's not going to help out his team until right now.
Oh, dude.
The wall and is not able to get on in there.
I think he cleans that up. I think he cleans that up if he hits that Valk. Jovi's so low, man.
He's not going to help out his team until right now. Misses the
wall
and is not able to get on in there. Not even sure if he wanted to really get on in there.
Yes, he did want to. I think he cleans that up. I might clean up anyway. It's alright, he got another W, guys. Don't worry about it.
And he might just have the damage. Forces the flash from Pays so that they have to get away from this one.
Got a rocket again.
Ooh!
He gets another W. Alright, he got the other 2 Ws. He's good.
One auto's enough. And that's it. I mean, that's rapid fire cannon damage coming through here from Faker. Chovy going to try to look for a punish here onto Owner potentially, but I think a bit optimistic. As they just were split there on the call. Keen once again kind of going in, hoping he could take Owner out in the 1v1 because he's got so much MR even though he was low. Lehens?
Yeah, Lehens TPing in, but we have Karrier nearby as well.
Oh my god, nice sidesteps.
You have to back away from this one.
Yeah, bit of a disaster.
Uh-oh, yeah, Lehens might just be dead. No flash, and really no hope. Gets a heal from the Nidalee and then just dies. And the TP, a bit desperate, to say the least. T1 still in control.
I mean, these frontliners have been punished so hard by T1 this game. 1 in 5 for Keen, 0 in 3. Lehens caught multiple times this game trying to make plays. Karrier?
Yeah, speaking of trying to make plays.
Lehens was doing well in the laning phase, but Karrier's just been absolutely popping off. I'm actually surprised they're able to, like, get through the tankiness of this Ornn so easily.
I think maybe he just gets run down by Gen G.
Karrier's had such a great game. Faker...
Karrier is absolutely popping off.
11 KP here in this one. This fight was super broken up, very messy. The double TP here, Karrier looks like he's a little bit out of position, but with double TP, you can turn the numbers game on this one real fast. Guma actually gets
he saves Guma right there with a hook as well.
Back in and use him as a secondary engage tool. Keen ends up hitting a really
he prevents Guma from dying there, and they all end on that too.
So it looks for a
They
moment here,
really
Faker
played
going
aggressively.
down.
Ornn
There's
ult
one
on just
fight for
him. You
2-1.
have the
Because
flash
Mark
coming in
Faker
from
so
Ornn
strong.
for the
But
knockup.
Faker kills the Nidalee, and he was like, oh, wait, we are still fighting? I'm gonna
Ah.
that part wasn't great, but it feels like in this moment, there's a bit of a split call. Like, Chovy's moving right here, doesn't come down quickly, he's scared of Faker. Keen's still going in, maybe could have waited for Pays there a little bit, and then Faker just shows up, cleans up house. Very broken up, but very solid turn here from T1. I think if Faker hadn't chased Nidalee, maybe the fight's even more one-sided, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, though, eliminating the Nidalee early means a lot of less heals, a lot of less damage. I think that Canyon's got some pretty good farm and some items, so at least he does get him out of the fight. As Lehens, not again, my God, not again. As take a look at the gold differences here. Actually, a pretty big one as Owner. I mentioned that Canyon was decently fed, but Owner is certainly very far ahead of him at this point.
He has his Zonias, so I mean, he's somewhat tanky and can really set up big ultimates, especially when he has flash like he does now.
All right, let's see the angle here. Carry is on the backside. Will flash over the wall as now maybe a sleep to come in. That
Oh, nice sleep.
People, but that is just Cassante. Now the turn coming in, and Carry is way too far forward, but he's very tanky. Does he have the items? And yeah, he's got Fate's Call as well as Owner trying to chip away at that front line.
Zaya still has ult.
Too far in the front, and down he will go. Lehens and Keen still alive.
Level 18 Chovy, front to back.
He's waiting. He is waiting. He's hunting for that moment. Another spear is going to land, and here comes
Zaya still has ult. Oh my God, he baits Chovy in. Chovy's like, he doesn't have ult. Oh my God, that's such a good play by Zayas. That's so funny. He waited so long to use his ult that Chovy like wall rides in, and then he gets immediately death realmed by Mordekaiser.
Or at least keep them around in time for Guma to come over. As the Lilia so slippery, just gonna run away. That's fine as well.
1,700 damage for Owner in the fight. He did so much with Leandri's, just constantly applying that to these frontline tanks.
All right, this Lilia is working well, especially with the way they're playing it with Keria. So
Through from Faker, who picked up IE, his 4th item after that last fight. Great ultimate there from Zayas. He won't have it for this one to keep Canyon out of the pit. He doesn't have flash, so it's a one-way trip.
Faker's just so bad. I mean, like, he's disabled a Valkyrie into people now. He's 5-0 and 7, matching Owner, who's also throwing bowling balls over the wall.
He's so late.
So low. Yeah, there's just no way Genji can get in.
And Len's just TPs to clear.
well, this game's been very well played by T1 so far, post like kind of initial laning phase.
Looking back at this fight, Keria goes in super deep, right? And it looks like
Keria's just absolutely immortal. Look how long Zayas holds on to his ult here. He doesn't actually get baited by ulting a member of the front line. They're just actually just chipping away at them, using poke from Lilia and Corki. And Chovy decides very foolishly to wall run in, and Zayas just nabs him straight into the death realm. Really nice play by Zayas. The kiting and the poking is just so crazy.
With that assistance of Zayas pulling Chovy out of the fight, is able to help clean up house, and Owner almost goes down here, but is able to buy enough time, as you say, for those 80 carries to come up. They get a Baron off of this, and now we're talking about inhibitors here. They have really been able to make this comp work, hit its spikes, and then snowball incredibly well after some good punishes. I think that call to go in like that from Chovy is one he will definitely regret.
Yeah, you know, when I first saw the draft, I wasn't convinced, but thinking about it more, the Lilia take damage alongside a Marilla Namacon against double healing champs and double tank, especially from ahead, it's just so oppressive. Like Genji, they're trying to heal through the damage, they're trying to tank, but their front lines just get absolutely melted. You mentioned it was like 10k damage that Owner did in that last fight.
Lehens is not having a great game though. Like they're trying to use this Ornn ult to create a lot of picks. And so it's not been very effective. And once it's gone, they don't really have another solid engage tool. Like Ornn is really their only solid engage tool with this composition.
I wouldn't go as far as to call it like dead man's plate tank Lilia like we've seen in the past, but she's relatively tanky here. And now Jaxo, speaking of tanky here for Guma, and I think they feel like with these Marilla Nomicon applications that he's able to get so consistently, they can just outlast in these team fights. The Mordekaiser being able to just isolate a single target, namely, you know, if it's Chovy, that's fantastic because he's the one who has to really get the damage done. Pays is getting more range, right? He has his LDR. He is a threat somewhat, but it's still not the same kind of threat that Chovy is, and he can't get it done alone.
Yeah, Absolutely. So, I mean, we're here in this spot where it looks like T1 are pretty much on the doorstep of winning game number 1. They haven't taken an inhibitor yet, and they still are going up against Ornaments. As Faker's just going to be caught out and just killed. Where it looks like T1 are pretty much on the doorstep of.
Okay, so they see MonteCristo in the mid lane.
Inhibitor yet, and they still are going up against Ornaments. As Faker's just going to be caught out and just killed. Down he goes, right as I was saying it.
No flash on Faker, so they're able to make that play happen.
And they do get that pick, and now Carrier just gonna try to peel for the team. They have to use
Yeah, they actually just can't pursue that. Trying to get an inhib at least in trade for Faker's death. Not going to get that either. They can actually just go for soul though, so it's okay.
Use MonteCristo after all. Would take him a few autos to get through that one. It's finally a moment where Lehends is able to punish. They know Faker has no flash. He Valkyrie's early here in panic, and I mean, there's not much he can do. He's so far up. But once a Valkyrie's down, it's just an easy lockup here for Lehends. And then their owner's like, well, maybe I'll start burning them. Not this time. And they also lose Fate's Call, which is an extremely long cooldown here for this next dragon fight. Soul point here for T1.
Yeah, there's no Ornn ult either. The thing is, the Ornn ult is the most important ability on Genji's side to be up. Wait, owner's just getting... Owner's just getting picked off? Because there's a Keen's a surprise Cassante in the brush. Well, that was silly. I think that was a very winnable fight for T1, honestly, because Faker was going to come back up. His TP's not quite up yet, but it was going to be up. And then they would have gotten the Ocean Soul, because there isn't any kind of engage right now. Like, Lehends just doesn't have the ult up, so I think that was actually a slam dunk for T1. If they don't get picked off right here. I mean, it's a very clever bait by Genji, by the way. Because Keen is actually just trying to bait this super hard at the moment. They're like, oh, Faker's still dead. Maybe they're going to come for this crab. They actually bait the crab.
Yeah, that owner is just going to be pulled back into the team. The Cassante gets the jump on him.
That's really well. That's a really nice trap from Genji.
The Ocean Soul, which would have been massive up against all this boat.
They're trying to push maybe mid here to get an inhibitor in return, but again, it's so risky. By the way, 1,000 kills, fewest games, youngest player. FaZe gets it done here. He's the one that secures that one. But they don't get the inhibitor, like you said. They lose the dragon here. That's 5 more minutes of time for Ornaments to come through. And I feel like T1 were really pushing the train almost all the way to the station. They had the snowball rolling. This is just a little bit too greedy. You don't have full vision of this area. It's Ocean Rift. There's a lot of bushes, but this was unfortunately a big overstep from Owner. That's the dragon going over. They get no inhibitor in return. And if Genji can
such a good play by Keen, honestly.
This comp is unbelievably strong. They have QSS for Chovy.
Absolutely. I mean,
just super clutch by Keen.
It's taken a big plummet there on the graph, and it's partially because there were a couple of shutdowns. They got the Faker one in top, and then they just got Owner and bot. So it's a lot of extra gold going into your carries. Peas, you know, he just got fewest kills, 1,000 kill. Well, guess what his 1,000th kill was? It was on the super fed Lilia. So a ton of gold goes over to the Senna, who is out of her trough and is ready to go. Level 15, almost 16.
The scaling going to be really scary at this point forward from Genji.
Where they win this game.
Yeah, no, they absolutely could. Especially if they start getting some map control back here. Baron in a minute. Yeah, he is huge. He has 160 extra range, plus 80% critical strike.
Yep, yeah. Senna has 160 stacks. That's so many stacks.
Real Baron in a minute. Yeah, he is huge. He has 100 good. Especially if they start getting some map control back here. Baron in a minute.
160 stacks.
Yeah,
love Valdez.
He has 160 extra range, plus 80% critical strike. Yeah, I mean, he's quite large, and his follow-up damage is real. If T1 don't get the jump on this, I mean, he's quite large, and his follow-up damage is real. If T1 don't get the jump on a single target, and without map control, it's much tougher for Carry to make those heroic plays when making all game long. And it's not like they've lost everything, but Genji are now actually starting to take it away. They're putting that vision in the river near Baron. Baron's up in 30 seconds. You know, some critical ultimates have come back online. Guma does have the Fate's Call. Owner could set up a big sleep here. He's got his Zonias. But Genji, I mean, all it takes is a struggle to get Mordekaiser into position, and Chovy gets to have the front to back he almost had on that Dragon moments before.
Yeah.
And then this composition works the way we've been saying. If we get to the late game, it will. It's very late game. We're almost 40 minutes in. But now that T1 have lost map control, Gen.G have a chance to seal the deal here.
Yeah, and maybe Gen.G's
Callista's actually just a tank.
Recently have been going very long.
Terminus Jack Show.
This comp really does kind of outlast. It just goes the distance, and it just keeps on going. The Senna, the unlimited scaling, and the Ornn with all the ornaments, you just get kind of out of control eventually. And Gen.G are so good against really strong teams at coming back from deficits and just never letting go of the game and just getting all the gold even from behind. And here we are again in a situation where it looked like T1 were just going to win and run away, and it was going to be a really big upset and really make the series interesting. But now Gen.G feel like they're back in control.
Yeah, it's still interesting. It's not over yet, but Gen.G making the plays.
Yeah, they're trying to isolate this front line, actually, trying to get on top of the Mordekaiser. But now Faker going to go into the fight. Control.
Yeah, it's still interesting. It's not over
So
yet,
this fight right here, I mean, they do a good job. Like, basically, watch this.
Isolate this front line.
So they actually do pull the Nautilus out right as Lehens tries to knock him up. So, but Valking forward right here, this is a missed timing because they do want to kite. Remember, guys, they do want to kite, and they're already seeing, okay, that ult is out. That is the most important ult, I think, for Gen.G in this game is the Ornn ult. And they are, it basically, these guys are reacting to the Ornn engage. And Faker's valking in because he wants to try and get onto the back line and burst it. Because I think the call was, okay, we're going to go in and fight this. So, like, Faker definitely makes a mistake here. But it's also, like, the team was, it's very clear the team was making some sort of call here about how they were going to play this, and they reacted to the engage by Lehens, and that reaction meant that Faker was isolated. Because I think Faker thought that not ult would be going on to Chovy. So if we dial it back and we actually look at this, like, remember that T1 has been winning a lot of these fights in the 5v5 by kiting very effectively when the Ornn ult is down. Okay? So Ornn ult is down here, and I think the call was that not flash ult Zeri. But what ends up happening is he gets Callista ulted back. And if not flash ults the Zeri, sure, Zeri has flash, but Faker, if Zeri flashes, then Faker is not that much in danger from his Valk. And if he doesn't flash, I think he just gets blown up. Did Guma pull Keria out of the engage? Yes. Well, he pulled him out of getting knocked up by Ornn. Right? So if I had to guess, I mean, it definitely is a misplay by Faker. But it's also like he kind of got trolled. Because right here he's like, okay, guys, I'm going in. I have a flank on Zeri. And they're probably like, oh. Because goodbye, not. Right. Nautilus is in a precarious position, and they see Lehens coming in, and he's getting autoed by Pays. So there was probably, I don't know, half a second here where Faker could have reacted differently. Right. But I think flash ult onto Zeri was the call. Rocket kills. Yeah, he does miss the big one. It's possible that he kills Zeri if he hits that rocket as well. Missing the rocket's very important. It's true. But I think the more important thing was that Keria was supposed to flash ult that. But he gets yanked out by Callista ult. Because you can see, the other reason I think that is, especially looking at this, look at what happens. Look at what happens afterwards. The Callista ult comes out and Keria immediately ults Chovy. So I think that play was supposed to happen earlier. I think that's just like a team call error, but Faker obviously shouldn't have gone in with what was unfolding, but he might have not even been able to see it.
looks like they may have just done it again.
Yeah, looks like they may have. It's been a few games this season that Gen G been brought to the brink. It looked like maybe it's another win, it's another loss for Gen G, but maybe it's not today, maybe it's not in this first game.
Oh.
The flyby extendo beam is going to miss. It looks like Owner gets out with his life, but that's not going to stop this Baron from going down. And there's a lot of standing gold, not that they really needed 40 minutes into the game here in all of these turrets. That means T1 will have some extra bastions of defense, but look at how awkward this setup is here for T1. Owner goes up to try to clear the wave. He's completely away from his team. While this is going down, Faker's not here.
Valkyrie into the fight?
Yeah, you Valkyrie forward here, you're doomed. But he has to try to close the gap, because if he doesn't get any closer, he's doomed. I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If he just walks away there, they lose the 5v4. I don't think he should have Valkyried in. I'm not going to defend it. But I also think that he realized the panic of the really bad setup his team had there while Owner is just going.
I think they miscommunicated about how that setup was supposed to go. I think either not was supposed to get Kalista ulted in and then not ult, or he was supposed to flash not ult Chovy. And obviously missing the rocket hurts as well.
Yeah. They only got one Grub. You remember from the early game where not a lot was happening. But take a look at the actual human nexus that is FaZe right now. He is a turret, and nobody can get on top of him. Nobody can close the gap between them and the Senna, and everybody on the side of T1 is just taking massive poke damage. Nobody can escape the wrath that is FaZe right now. And, you know, he's got 1,000 kills. He's got over 1,000 assists now as well in the LCK. And Gen G, off of the backs of him in this very strong late game comp, might just end the game here. Keria, desperate to try to stop the push from coming in. Faker doing a lot of damage, but immediately the heals come in.
So many minions starting to stack up here. Great front line. FaZe could just hit Faker from so far away.
Yeah, there's just no way for him to ever fight that 1v1. Keria trying to stop the wave. Guma trying to do it as well. As down will go Chovy, but there's a second, even stronger AD carry that's left over.
Yeah, scaling coming online is just scary too. And it is really just infinite scaling. Like Zeri, Senna, Ornn. I actually think T1 did very well in this game. They were very close to winning.
Going to live somehow. Gen G take game 1 in 42 minutes.
A very
Some big whoopsies from Gen G though, especially around some of those objectives.
Gen G just get it done. They win these late game fights.
In the comp, you cannot make mistakes like these.
And it just shows that, like, you need to
care. And it was these back-to-back.
This is such a great play by Keen though.
Gen G to get back into the game, and with the amount of skilling
these Nexus with a decisive.
You can kind of see at this point the Senna is
In the mid lane, the two teams scrap it on out.
I was curious what they say about this.
In highlight number 3 here, Gen G take control of the game and close it.
And I think you can kind of see at this point the Senna is firmly online, gotten through that trough we often see in the mid game when you're down on levels, got items, got damage, got range from the souls. And I think what's fantastic here is they obviously know Kalista is less of a threat at this point, but look how everyone on Gen G, both FaZe and Chovy, just immediately beeline for this Corki. Remove Faker from the game, that's a big threat down. And in the ensuing fight, we see Owner actually get a fair bit of value, but this late in the game, the front line for T1 is just getting mangled by these late game carries.
Yeah, but there was no Corki in the fight as well. I mean, I think that Faker's going to be kicking himself for that Valkyrie forward to start that one off, but you can understand why T1 still felt like they were the team on the
I
front
really
foot.
just
They were
think
the
that
team
that was
looking to
there
try
was
and
some
isolate
call
the
that was
target.
made
Like, you
that
take out
got
FaZe
altered and
from this
Faker
fight,
just
you
didn't
take
know
out
about it.
Chovy from this fight, you've removed a lot of the damage
That's my
on
guess.
Gen G's side as well, but this was Gen G in the driving seat in this moment, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah, well, what a heck of game number 1. Let's take a look at the POG here from Gen G. Voting could be across the board, but no, give it to the guy that's now way in the lead of POG points and still undefeated on Senna.
Yeah, so powerful at this point, gets a big ult onto the... He's been having a, not only a monstrous season, but the round 2, it feels like he's just been stepping it up to another level.
Yeah, and we set it
How
up
do you think Faker will do if he transitioned to jungle?
Just made the mistakes,
Not
and it
great.
To first pick that instead.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be back. Ah, my coffee. Monte goes to get coffee, casually forgets coffee. I went to go to the bathroom, but also to get coffee. You know, honestly, guys, like, I don't like the Faker play wasn't good, but if we're being real, like I think their chances of winning at post 35 minutes against the scaling of Genji's composition was not good. I think if you actually consider it, you know, Owner dying when they could have potentially gotten Dragon Soul was Ocean Soul was much more impactful to the outcome of the game. And I don't think that was like Owner making a bad play. I think Keen just had a really nice trap that was laid there. So I don't actually know how, like, are we really going to be that critical of Faker for making a hero play when probably a hero play was needed in order to win the game? Faker inting top 2. Yeah, that's true, Jervils. Owner was doing the right thing getting Crab. Yeah, but he clearly didn't expect the Cassante. That's why, look, that's why I think Keen really made a good play there, because you don't expect the Cassante in that brush, and they had like a perfect collapse onto him. But not getting Ocean Soul right there really hurts, especially because Corki was almost about to revive with TP, and there was no Ornult for that soul. So I honestly think, you know, if Genji doesn't make that play, they probably don't win the game. That's what I think.
Play a more pick-oriented style, like they did against D+.
The fact that Owner
Love the Ashman here. Okay, they're actually taking the Callisto out, even though they did fine into it in the last game. First pick is Zir here, so Corki goes over to Chovy. Not surprising. They're going to take away the Nidalee, because that actually is a contested pick in this matchup.
And they'll grab the Kennen here early blind.
Blind Kennen. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just going to play Cassante no matter what.
In the second banning phase, you know, Pays obviously isn't going to be playing Ezreal. Will they allow him to play Zeri? Looks like that's what they're fishing for with this Caitlyn ban. I think T1 would do well to ban it. They will actually ban the Leona first here instead.
Yeah. I mean, you think Chovy's a good Zeri. He didn't necessarily prove it in that last Kana, and which is a little bit of a takeaway as well.
So they're taking away the Ziggs, interestingly.
Nope.
Guma's not really much of a Ziggs player, though.
You're going to play Jin into this with your really strong...
In playing Zion...
Really? We're going to play Xayah into the Zeri? I guess we're playing Nautilus, so at least we have Zeri locked down. Honestly, like, I'm not in love with Genji's draft so far. Leaving up Not and Vi, these are the champs that really shut down the Zeri, right? Targeted CC makes it really, really hard to play this champion. Guma is a good Xayah player.
As we do see the Alistar to follow up here, one of the only supports left that's...
Again, though, there's not like a lot of engage on Genji, and they actually have neither team, to be fair. Actually, that's not true. There is non-committal engage when it comes to not ult here, but there is no non-committal engage onto Genji, right? They have to go in with Alistar combo, or they have to go in with Cassante, and really the only form of primary engage is Alistar, just like the only form of primary engage was Ornn. So honestly, like, T1... probably feeling pretty good. I mean, they have a Zeri shutdown comp like crazy, especially with the Kennen as well. And if Zeri goes in, she absolutely can get rooted by the Xayah.
Good at weathering the storm here against the Nautilus. Will be able to get past the level 1 and then...
So I think Zeri containment is definitely good here. I'm not really a fan of either of these comps by Genji with the very limited amount of primary engage that both of them have had. It feels like kiting is super easy for T1, and they can draw them into a trap and flank with Kennen.
Because I've been one of the biggest haters of Xayah in the world. And you have to deal with...
I think Xayah is good in this circumstance, but I agree it's kind of generally not great.
And you have a lot of ways to peel for the Xayah in this game, so it's a better angle than a lot of our teams. A lot of our teams go.
There's no way to get onto the Xayah with this composition, so she can do a lot of damage, I think.
It's getting bowled over by a lot of others of it. So far, this Decisive, the Azir, the tool.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game 2 of T1 up against Gen G. As, take a look at this, we have got Keen with Exhaust in the top lane. We've seen this before. Just to deal with Kennen, obviously you need somebody to take it, but you don't necessarily want Lehens to have it down in that bottom lane, so you just give it to Cassante, who doesn't need Flash to do what he does best.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously helpful to have the Flash, especially if you're going to be the one who's the target. But the exhaust will still be helpful at mitigating some of the aggression topside in dives and stuff like that that he may end up dealing with in this game. I do think, you know, when you look at the composition here of T1 and how well you can, you know, set up an Azir ultimate into a Nautilus ultimate, Nautilus hook, Vi ult, like all of these things linking together.
President Nathan, Mr. President, thank you for your tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you.
Of all of that. Just a ward going to get dropped here, no fight. Some additional information. We do have both junglers starting top side in the jungle. This mid matchup is definitely one we've seen a lot, as especially with Tristana being nerfed, Azir rose back up in priority a lot. Definitely one that can go both ways.
Hi, Monty. Long time no see. Well, whose fault is that?
But more than Corki, it's Chovy.
I'm on podcasts every week, man.
Here for him.
Yep, just getting in Faker's face.
11-0.
Yeah, he has played it a lot of times.
But
As
welcome.
you mentioned, his most played here this season by far, ahead of that Lucian that had 4 games, right? So he's going to try to hit level 2 here first as well. You see that Faker is okay in the health department, but it's because Chovy hadn't used his health pot yet, and Chovy's going to zone him away and hit level 2 first. It's you know, just the recent power of the Corki after the changes as well.
I see.
Being very obnoxious at level 1.
Well, welcome back to League of Legends, Gameran.
It's a very common start to this lane. The Corki kind of wraps around the river, goes along the wall, and if the Azir puts his sand soldiers up there, you can deny him farm, or if he doesn't, then you just go and push him with the Gatling gun. It's very frustrating to deal with. Faker's doing a good job, though, of spacing Chovy out now here, as they do both hit level 3, and is maintaining, at least for the moment, CS parity.
Yeah, and Faker getting in there, doing some nice poke himself. And at the end of the day, you know, we saw Azir Corki so many times because the handshake is it's very even in this day and age. As you mentioned before, definitely very much a Guma pick. He's 20-7 here on Xayah.
Clearing out the wave here, using biscuits, Chovy in mid lane, grab some extra mana so we can actually gat and fast bomb the mid wave.
Nomer that Xayah is just good into dive because she can press R. But when there's a lot of different dive tools, you know, you only get one R button. But in this game, you know, you've got an Alistar, you've got a Cassante to deal with, and if the spacing is good from Guma, you know, you may just have to ult a Cassante Q3 or something like that, but he can also follow up with his ultimate really well. It's not the
ATBs used by most both mid laners. Ooh, Corki's got a tier. Another fun mid lane matchup, guys.
You have Canyon down here.
Yeah, these two pushed up a decent amount. Maybe looking for Lehens on the engage first. That's one way to deal with the Xayah, is just get in there before she's level 6. But it does look like Canyon's just going to back away. And we don't have any actions.
Very sleepy early games.
And even diving the Nautilus as well. It just feels like Genji's not going to have a lot of options for really proactive early games. So just kind of...
Chovy really prioritizing, like, trading HP for wave pressure in this game.
Gaps in the lanes that need a little bit of assistance coming down their bottom side to try to maybe put some pressure on, while Guma and Carry are abusing the early Alistar level 1. That's part of why they had that big push. And, you know, he doesn't actually commit to anything there, but puts Vision down. Now he's top side. And Keen is getting pushed in a little bit. He's there to kind of cover that lane as well. Candy's just going to be more of a defensive facilitator because he is Nidalee, doesn't really offer any form of CC or anything like that. So hard to actually kill, but can punish somebody who is pushed up too far or relieve that pressure. I think it's really Owner post 6 who's going to have a lot more power in this game. Faker shielding this.
At the end of the day, the Corki does win out. That was really cute, actually, that Canyon hit the plants to actually go into mid to clear out the ward. just to give that extra 1 CS to Chovy. You know, he needs all the CS he can get, and he's actually looking for a champion kill as well, as Faker nearly dies to a Phosphorus Bomb missile combo. Meanwhile, we got a little fight down here on the bottom side. Vi Owner is nearby as the flash goes in. They're trying to punish Lehens, but the flash away from the feathers means that Lehens will get away, and it just ends up being a little bit of a ruckus, as Ox put it.
Yeah. Okay, Zeus here down level 6.
Keen actually.
Okay, level 6 hit first by Chovy and Keen here.
Nope. Now Zeus has 6, so.
At least some small bullying. Man, it's a pretty big CS gap, though. I mean, Chovy has just been very aggressive about pushing into turret.
Flash there, but it is a nice advantage they were able to garner there in the bottom lane. Canyon rushes topside here to grab these grubs while they don't have control.
So constantly at mid pressure, so we get grubs at spawn, plus it's Vi. Vi should be almost level 6, though.
They actually don't know where he is right now, and so this is actually a huge boon. They're going to come over here and find out. Lehen's going to play bodyguard.
I think Lehens has to be very careful here. And
Oh,
as I say that,
carry again,
he might
dude.
just die. He is extremely low, but they don't want to push into the Nidalee, but in goes Owner, and his first blood for Faker. As now trying to turn this one around is Gen G, but they only have 2 people.
Nice run by Carrier. No flash because of the trade earlier from Lehens. I'll actually get it back. And they get 3 grubs. All right, Gen G, all right.
Going over to Faker, but it's also a kill going over to Canyon, who will utilize that gold very well. All the while on the bottom side, they didn't get Dragon, right? They came over.
Keen took exhaust TP. Yeah, so somebody has to take exhaust. Somebody has to take exhaust in this game, so it's just Keen, I guess. That's a good point, though. I didn't notice that. Somebody has to take exhaust for the Kennen, and, you know, it's Keen, so he'll always take the L. He's like, Lehens, you just take Ignite.
Maybe set up for double objective here. And Owner hasn't hit level 6 just yet. Used his flash on that last play along with Faker.
The max range Q, and now the all out here on Azeus. Just going to force the slicing Maelstrom. As we still have exhaust, he really wants to run him down here, and another Q3 will have to be
forces his flash.
As in he goes again. Jeez, man. Keen really wants to get this punished, but here's Owner, level 5. And
love how aggressively Keen is playing this.
Getting the flash and the ult away from Zeus. Not too insignificant, but Keen would have.
Of course, you know I love everything you do with the elephant in the streets. Thank you, Violet Rose. I appreciate you.
Dragon actually not secured by Gen G with Carrier returning to lane. They didn't actually hold on to that prio. Chovy ended up losing control of mid as well as Keen tries to make this topside play. Finds himself empty there as Owner hits level 6 now off of the Krugs. This is a scary moment here when Vi hits 6. Everyone needs to be on the alert. Chovy does have a significant CS advantage despite Faker pushing that wave in. He actually is pulling up to almost 20 CS advantage on the waves and the horrible.
I really like Keen when he's on good team. He's so versatile and self-sacrificing. Yes, best top laner. We are Keenosaurs here. We appreciate the L's Keen takes to be a great addition to his team.
And it's actually because they want to go for a bit of a lane swap right now.
Yeah, I think that's
my favorite player is Wings of Death. Man, is that guy still streaming? I forgot about him. How's he doing?
Faker frustrated. Faker wants to trade here. Maybe look for an ult.
I was blinded by Zeus, but Keen is so good. Yes, you've come to see the light.
Doesn't have his ult back. Doesn't have flash here.
Keen is the guy you want on your team.
Was seen by a ward. Man, this game feels like it's on a knife's edge. I mean, look at the gold, so even. Really, the gold that Chovy has that keeps Gen G in a good position here, but they weren't able to get the dragon. Obviously, that kill going over to Canyon as well. That's where his lead is.
Yeah, and both of these...
Introduce me to Pendulum, what, the drum and bass duo?
We'll see how this does go as Keen on the Cassante, no exhaust anymore.
Is the Star Wars playthrough confirmed? Dude, I have to escape League of Legends first.
Picking up some turret plates here.
That's not good. The Star Wars every game playthrough cannot happen until like very late this year / early next year at the earliest.
As well, trying to stop the dive, and this is very dangerous against a Cassante. And look at Keen just getting away from the Q, and Carry is just left for dead. He's just gone.
Wings of Death is even streaming right now. Pog, shout out to Wings of Death. He always seemed like a nice guy.
We'll see how this does go as Keen.
All right, so we're diving a Cassante here. No exhaust though, so maybe they think this is doable. Oh, he misses his Q.
Just getting away from the Q, and Carry is just left for dead. He's just gone. There's nothing that Guma and Owner can do about it. Just a fail. Very dangerous against a Cassante. And look at Keen.
Also, Nidalee actually sucks at counter diving, but whatever.
Left for dead. He's just gone.
That's what happens when Canyon hits his skill shot and Owner doesn't.
Down here as well, trying to stop the dive, and this is very dangerous against Cassante. And look at Keen just getting away.
You probably shouldn't take aggro until Cassante uses his unstoppable. Like, I mean, Keen plays this super well. Like, he literally buffers the knot route and then dodges the Q from. I mean, Keen plays that incredibly well, but you can't. I don't think you take aggro that early. But it's very hard to kill the Cassante there, I think.
Pace is getting pressure on those plates. There's no answer here. Zeus rotating down is completely gone, so Pace gets free plates here on the top side. T1 fail a dive and give a sec.
Bro, Carrier was so good at engage supports. I mean, he played really well in that last game. Carrier was like actually MVP of that last game. Even though he lost, he was incredible on Nautilus.
Still a huge win. And you see Keen has also caught up in terms of CS. He was significantly.
Why would T1 feel like they need to force that dive?
Now it's pretty even.
I don't know, man. There have been a lot of questions about T1 recently.
The bottom lane to start this breakup. If that dive works, maybe they rotate Faker in. They can actually take that dragon, but instead we're 10 minutes in, no Drake take. Bit of a disaster in the bottom lane for that play. Still a relatively even game, but Gen G.
Like, I just think you don't take dagger that early. I don't even think you go for that dive. Like, what do you gain by killing this Cassante? You know what I mean?
Up until like 20 minutes it felt like, and then eventually T1 started to gain a lead. But this time Gen G are getting it started much earlier with some very nice map plays just to move around and get as much gold onto Paze as possible, honestly. They're like, okay, we want to get him.
I guess we're just bored.
We're going to send Canyon down bot so that Keen is safe, and it just gets your gold in the right places. Meanwhile,
Canyon bot side, so they're not going for this. Faker can get out. Okay, this is actually good for T1. It's actually good for T1. That's a good trade because they're trading basically Faker ult and some plates for 3 Grubs topside so that Gen G doesn't actually get the buff.
And Faker is behind so much in farm. Now not farming here is going to teleport mid. Chovy will have teleport advantage, can continue to put the pressure on. So they're losing out in mid, they're losing out in bottom. And Keen has stemmed the bleeding in the top lane. It's just such a huge lead here now for Gen G in terms of map control as well, and what it means in terms of denial here. Guma will be able to get some of the CS here. Looks like the last 4 will go to.
Not to mention that, you know, so far ahead as well with 2 kills.
Look at Chovy. Faker TPs to mid. Chovy trades with him, forces him to back. He grabs Nasher's Tooth, but Chovy's going to get another plate as well in mid lane as the Azir is gone.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's getting nothing out of that one. Chovy is the winner of this one. Hasn't backed for a while. Just still sitting on his tier to a Nasher's Tooth, but you look at the amount of gold he's picked up in minions alone. I mean, it's like that old Rise CS hack meme. He had like 470 CS. He was almost Flame Rising, if not Flame Rising last game as well.
Yeah.
On the Zeri.
He was Flame Rising on the Zeri last game.
Alone for a moment here. Difficult to punish though. He has Barrier Flash and of course his ultimate, and he'll clear this wave quickly enough.
Actually gonna get a hook there, but doesn't quite matter. As you mentioned, Zeri pretty annoying to deal with and pretty difficult to dive, especially when she has that wave clear.
Keen actually doing shockingly well in this situation. Only 12 CS down.
T1 have that lane going well for them, but everything else not so great as Gen Z are really.
Yeah, you want to dive the Zeri here. Like this Zeri is just so shit into Vi Nautilus. That's the play you make. Very nice.
As Gen Z clear. As it does look like, you know, Zeus is still going to be able to put on some pressure up in that top lane, at least. And so T1 having to deal with.
He has barrier, if not.
I was seeing if they knew where Owner was. Yeah, look at this. They've got a lot of deep wards. T1 has a lot of deep wards in the bot side. But Vi is going to dodge them all by doing Krugs and then entering Tribrush into the pink ward that they have. So they think that Vi probably isn't bot side, but she is. The setup on Zeri is just crazy too, because you can not ult and then Vi ult, and then you still have feathers to pull back. Like, Zeri is... I think this is a really cocky pick by Gen G, frankly. Like, picking the Zeri into the Vi and then leaving the Nautilus up as well is very brutal. Really well played there by Owner.
So great read here from T1. The Vizaya pick working out in terms of layering CC. Lots of damage here, so Lehens, unfortunately, is just going to be catching what little of this he can. We'll stop a back, perhaps. And small consolation here, but man, a big swing back here by T1. They actually take the gold lead. As you can see how this all shakes up, Lehen's Hex flashes the wall and goes in onto Carrier, which leaves... I mean, it's not a great target, to be honest, and Canyon just follows up into the CC. Very bizarre choice, and then Pays is just left out to dry. Lehen's
They didn't think Owner was there because of the vision control they had in the bot side jungle.
Make a play up here on the top side. That spear looks like it missed, but it might not matter. Zeus is extremely low, does flash the wall. Remember, Keen doesn't have his flash, but he's Cassandra.
Just moments before.
I don't know why he's flashing.
That spear looks like it missed, but it might not matter. Zeus is
Like, you're just not getting away from this. Canyon has flash too.
flash the wall. Remember, Keen doesn't have his flash, but he's Cassante just goes through the wall and takes him down.
How do you like this mobility creep? I don't need flash. You said it, fellas. He doesn't need flash. He doesn't want that.
Cassante is it's an enigma. He does whatever he wants. Meanwhile, though, T1 are getting this bottom turret, so there is that.
Yeah, Chovy's been taking all the farm in mid. Pays has been trying to get farm in bottom. I think we might have to have a little switcheroo on that as this turret goes down. Will be the first turret going to T1, so maintaining their gold lead.
If Alistair uses combo to engage, there's nothing else to peel for Zeri. Exactly. And they only have committed engage. And they only have one form of primary engage. Like, I'm actually not a super big fan of this for Gen G. Like, they've got good poke, and like, sure, maybe they can clean up a fight if they get some poke and get some Zeri down, like Zeri damage. But you're really like, this comp feels super awkward, honestly. I much prefer T1's composition, I think.
Here, the Q3 puts him into the long wall range. Perfectly Cassante.
Keen is so good at Cassante, though. It's stupid. Look at this guy.
Very well played there by Keen. The angle he takes with the Q3, pushing him into the long wall there. Great understanding of the champ.
Yeah, he's just really good at utilizing the very overpowered kids. That is Cassante.
We have a lot of top laners who are good at that, but I feel like he might be the best one.
He definitely is. He's had some really flashy moments on the pick as well. You remember like the 1v4 play from him. That's the one that always stands out in my mind. And, you know, he picked it in game 1. Looked great on it. Well, maybe
in the
not,
end of the
maybe not great, yeah. Did get a vote in the POG. Lehen's does have Unbreakable Will, but he doesn't want to use it. He's going to really try to save it until the very end, and he's just going to die instead.
Well, I mean,
okay,
it's a long cooldown.
Yeah. Not as long as Flash.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Trading flashes with Faker calculated?
I mean, look, there's not much saving that one, unfortunately, for Lehen's, but he has Hex Flash. They're going to get a turret, it looks like the inner here, in trade for this. It's Chemtech Soul, so...
It actually is trading up. This sequence actually does trade up for Gen G because of the value of tier 2s.
Well, maybe
in the end of the
maybe not great, yeah. Did get a vote in the POG.
Like, picking off the Alistair doesn't do a whole lot, and honestly, this sounds crazy, but trading like Faker's Flash could be insanely valuable.
I mean, it's a long cooldown.
Plus, Zeus just can't do anything versus Corki. Corki already has Mercs and Trinity Force, and then you have the pressure. Gen G just so good about playing around this wave pressure, guys. Like, getting that bot turret's so much more an advantage. It's worth so much more money.
So, you know, I mean, losing a dragon doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah. There are a decent amount of shields in this game, but they're small shields. I feel like the percentage.
They also still have Herald to use as well, Gen G.
The tenacity will feel pretty good for T1's comp, I would say.
You got some healing for the Italy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're trying to get an engage going on Owner here.
You don't have Vialt anymore. Why are they... Oh, you do have Vialt. I'm crazy. I thought they used it on that engage. They didn't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, we're trying to get an engage going on Owner here. Is in a bit of trouble, and this Alistair's getting some huge dividends. Lehen's actually saving that Unbreakable Will.
Keen is literally inside their base, though.
In the base, he is in T1's base, and he does not care. And he's gonna fight under the turret. Look at this. What is happening here?
What the fuck? Why is Keen so good at this matchup?
A little bit of Gen G accidentally going into enemy teams' bases recently, and this one goes a lot better than what happened with Hayes.
Wait, what?
That was, yeah, that wasn't it, and he might die, as now he doesn't have a dash. Here's Owner trying to save him, and you know what? Maybe we'll be able to, as now it's just Owner going to give his life for him. Nearly takes out Canyon, one hit. That wasn't it.
Gen G accidentally going into enemy teams' bases recently, and this one goes a lot better than what happened.
Yikes. He went to the wrong Sand Soldier, guys.
With Hayes.
Okay, well that was Yeah, that wasn't it, and he might die. And
Owner's like, get down, Mr. President.
Here's owner trying to save him, and you know what? Maybe we'll be able to. As now it's just
Canyon just like long range, clipping his ear. You know what I mean?
But yeah, that was a cover your eyes moment. As now T1 trying to close the gap here on a Canyon, as they did go pretty deep for that kill, but it's just a trade of kills, and meanwhile you're losing your top turret and your mid turret.
And you got teleport out of Zayas, and you had to make this teleport happen to go bottom side to trade a kill, but maybe you should have just been, I don't want to say happy with the L.
And your mid turret. Now T1 trying to close the gap here on a Canyon. Give his life for him. Nearly takes out Canyon, one hit. Might have done
The
it,
problem
but
is
yeah,
that like T1's responding really badly to the pressure, right? Like look how much pressure there is. Remember the Herald is still up here. You have Pays in the mid lane. You have the Cassante Keen in the top side who's just been relentlessly pressuring. And then you commit to this with the TP? Like, T1 is just running around like a chicken with their heads cut off. Like, they literally see the TP and they're like, oh, Faker no TP. So we can just push topside for free.
As they did go pretty deep for that kill, but
Guma also misses his feather pull back.
meanwhile you're losing your top turret
And your mid turret. You lose your top turret. You lose your mid turret.
Teleport happened to go bottom side to trade a kill.
You get more damage onto mid tier 2. This is terrible, man. Keen was basing until he saw the cannon. Yeah, of course he was.
And then, you know, just kind of defending your turrets might have been better than losing half of an inhibitor turret and a ton of gold on the cannon because the wave was just tossed into the turret, as well as, you know, losing that mid turret as well. Now, Lahed's, you know, this moment, he really didn't want to use his ult. We've been through this. We went over it. Faker, the good punish, does have to flash to follow. And that means he doesn't have flash.
It wasn't actually worth the flash, I think.
And
All
they're aware,
calculated.
yeah, they're aware of it. So Faker trying to shield the spear, and then
he tried to dodge it, but he was late.
yeah, I don't.
And it just looked
Wait, he
bad.
might have been trying to
It looked
dodge,
silly.
but it still
Unfortunately,
looked
Owner
super janky.
will have to die for this. They commit the teleport of the cannon down, but look at where it goes.
It was
It's
either
not the fun part,
a
so
misplay
Faker
or a
trying to
really
protect your
bad
base
attempt at
from
a
that
dodge.
So Chovy is trying to walk it off here. Canyon will end up getting stunned and killed, but Chovy has Valkyrie. It's a trade, though, of half of the inhibitor turret's health and that mid turret.
No, there was.
down
He was
as
placing
well,
the second soldier. He only had the one soldier up. He was placing the second one.
You can see they've moved it up to 1,000 gold to lead here. I mean, Pay's still behind, but if he can weather the storm here, he still will be Zeri. The later parts of this game, this big Cassante is going to be a great frontline for the double AD carry, and Corki is not behind.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Gen G as well, is that you never know who's going to carry the game. Like, oftentimes recently it's been Pays, right? He's playing Ezreal, it's 80 carries that are OP, he's a fantastic Zeri player, etc. But in this game, it might just be a little bit of Cassante, Keen, and, you know, Keen Sante and Chovy Corki. Chorky in the mid lane, and a little bit of everybody else sprinkled in there.
I mean, right now they're doing a lot of damage to turrets, as we saw that graphic earlier, and then Chovy gets the bottom turret. He's now hit his 2-item spike off of that play. I mean, T1 unfortunately is getting run around the map completely here. So even though they get that trade back kill, and the Xayah has IE sitting on 2 items, Pays also has 2 items. Not as strong, arguably, at this point, but the static shiv is buffed and much stronger than it used to be. And with the Immortal Shield Bow, a little bit of extra added safety, this is still a big spike for Gen G as well. And there's not a lot of safety here on the map for T1 to run back to. For example, both turrets being gone here in the top lane means that if we tussle for Baron, T1 try to do their classic Baron and turn, and it doesn't work out and they need to run away. There's no safety there. It might get punished. It might get run down. Very scary. There's not much left to take on the map, so Gen G is just going to drop this Rift Herald to the top lane, and maybe it'll charge on an inhibitor later. It's like, so far away, like T1, calculate when you need to respond to this. It's going to take a while.
Faker's just going to stand there. I mean, Owner is nearby as well, just to keep Faker safe in case he tries to dodge any other Nidalee spears. Nidalee, as we know, is nowhere near. And yeah, it just feels like T1 are just hibernating for the winter. You know, they're just waiting until the flowers start to come out again, and especially because it is a Chemtech Soul. Gen G might just take all three, and T1 might just be like, okay, well, let's fight you on the Elder. We'll see when they want to make a play for an objective, but for now it feels like Gen G are just in major control of the map.
They have full private. Faker does have TP and did clear the Herald.
It's actually crazy. T1 has only taken like one turret.
There's no no flank ward really for Kennen.
So far this game.
Is going to struggle to actually get a big flank off here and get high value. Faker goes mid. I want to contest for Prio, maybe set up a Sundisk. But it is a really rough spot here to try to close
Yeah, it feels really bad though to actually have to TP mid here for, I mean, what is a Chemtech Soul is like not that big of a deal, and it's only going to be the second Drake, so I don't know why we're using I don't know why we're using TP here. Maybe he thinks there's going to be an engage.
But it is a really rough spot here to try to close the gap here for T1 on the slow range Saya.
Yeah. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that they're fighting so hard for this Drake. It feels like every Drake fight between these two teams, even in the first game over the Ocean Drakes, that one made a little bit more sense to me.
Yeah, I feel like in this scenario, there's not much they can
Gen.G
do.
can also only really poke.
They're not gonna be able to get away with this Baron sneak or anything like that. And with the wave pushing top, Faker couldn't go for the top turret. There's no bottom turret to push. Mid turret, not really accessible with Gen.G having this much prio, so there isn't really a great choice to make. But committing the teleport there from Faker, just kind of watch them lose prio, doesn't feel ideal. There's that ward on the Baron. Owner's clearing some vision here, but Gen.G just has so much control. There isn't a great choice to make. And now Faker is finally going to go up here and maybe start to threaten this top turret. It's very healthy.
There's a lot of pings on Baron right now from the blue team, making me a bit worried.
I just don't think you can. I mean, Zeus has TP. He can come over there and maybe help you turn. But again, I mean, Faker went Nashor's Tooth and now is itemizing, you know, he went for the Seeker's Arm Guard. So it's not like he's sitting on a Leandri's Nashor's worth of Baron damage right now. So I just don't think it's reasonable. They can maybe force Gen.G to respond and contest vision. And that's what they can do. But again, no other real objective for T1 to push right now. They're just kind of sitting back and farming, as you said. And luckily for them, it's Chemtech Soul. If this was, you know, Hextech Soul or Infernal Soul, you're feeling a lot more pressure to actually act and show up for those team fights.
Yeah. And all the while, there's Zaya's getting fed, there's Azir's getting fed. And they've got a lot of answers for the carries on the side of Gen.G. They have not only Vi, but also Nautilus. So if eventually, you know, the one issue I think
Gen.G's probably just happy to play side waves here and play slow for this game.
As long as the fight engages are clean and they layer their CC well and we don't have the depth charge at the same time as the Vi ultimate, things should be good. But again, they have to have some clean team fights and they should be able to deal with some of those squishy carries.
Faker going for Void Staff here, you know, after the Arm Guard for some extra magic pen into, you know, 3 Merc Treads. The Cassante, who has a Rookern, I think is a pretty good tech, but it will be at the cost of some of that burn damage it could have otherwise had. And some of the safety that they going
Lahen's almost on the Warmog's pretty huge.
Faker's Azir itemization, I feel like, has been so good this season. And he's been able to get a lot of value out of Stasis. But with this game state, it's going to be really tricky. You might just need it so desperately to actually set up for, you know, a game-changing play. Because as is right now, you are stemming the bleeding, you are weathering the storm, you are scaling. But Gen.G are just not giving you, but it means less.
Pockets in their advantage from behind, just finding a way to keep up and not fall too far
They've just been
behind.
pressured the whole game, right?
I mean,
I feel like that's
It's
why
just
they're
a
so
slow
consistent as
expansion
well.
of the
There's so many
gold lead
times
here
where
for
T1
Gen.G.
and where they can push their turret advantages. That's why it's 4-1 right now. The minds of Lahen's and Canyon. You know, you've got such good reads on the map. All right, T1 now going to try to contest for some of this vision here, but feels very risky. Remember, Zeus doesn't have a teleport ward he can go to here to fight, so T1 are just going to get corralled.
There's no vision control for T1 either.
Whoever tries to come to punish, that's kind of the T1 MO, but Faker's not even going to chance it here in this one. You know, against a 2-item Corki on his spike, tough for him to actually win that matchup hard enough, and then he can collapse very quickly. Keen.
The Rookern's so brutal for Keen as well, because he can just back off the wave and then wait for his shield to come up and then come back on the next wave.
Like 1 and 2 halves of an item, but not actually really that second.
When he's fighting into Kennen.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to hit that Void Staff, and looks like maybe he'll pick it up here. And we very much slowly team.
Yeah,
as we're just kind of
is now finished for here. For Gen.G, it's just weathering that engage, and then Pays and Chovy clean up, right? And Canyon obviously can heal. They have a lot of sustain, and T1 has to strike first. You know, it's really difficult for them to actually go into a team. Gen.G does this. They're like, no, it's solo lane, it's a duo lane. We actually get the turret. The double TP to Baron, calling your bluff.
Yeah, and this is what it will force, but Gen.G are okay with that because they push their lead even farther, and they say, okay, we won't have TP, but we don't necessarily need it. And now it's actually Owner who's kind of getting corralled out of this one As of course Zay's
Shield Bow, I think, is a really good pickup for the Zeri in this game. Like, the Zeri just needs to survive through the Vi and the Nautilus targeting.
Right now.
Yeah, and Genji are saying, you want Chemtech bottom, we're all top, we double TP, you have no vision here. Kennen can't teleport anywhere topside here. Keen is holding the door here, misses the engage there, Carria, and Genji looking to turn.
Yeah, they want to fight. And here we go, level 16, Cassante. That's a huge amount of damage from the Zaya and Kennen, as Exhaust going to be used.
Oh!
Carria's trying to punish, not going to catch him. And
Carria hit most of those flash hooks in previous games, though. Last game.
That T1 does have when they engage, but now Lahens gets in there, and Owner in a bit of a rough spot. As Sing goes Faker, he's going to get the drop on a pace as they throw everything into the Zeri. That is a huge catch, but now Faker will go down, and Lahens is kiting this one out, and he will be able to headbutt to potentially survive as
Ooh,
well.
actually saved himself with a headbutt versus Guma there. Otherwise, Guma finishes that kill.
They're getting poked out, and there's not much they can do except run from
Close
here.
fight.
Yeah, Zayas, no flash here, really tough to make anything happen.
So he basically Faker traded himself for Pays.
Done here. Might even try to look for a backstop. He's gonna blast cone in.
Okay, he's going in. Didn't think that Cassante.
Last year, really tough to make anything happen. Guma Yusi's really the main character here. If T1 were ever to get something done here, might even try to look for a backstop. He's gonna blast cone in.
Okay.
Oh, Keen canceled his recall.
Last year, really tough to make anything happen. Guma Yusi's really the main character here. If T1 were ever to get something done here, might even try to look for a backstop. He's gonna blast cone in.
Okay, he's going in. Didn't think that Cassante was nearby, and well, he found out that he was.
Oh, why'd he flash? Dude, Keen is just drawing so many people's flashes out.
I mean, it was so close to being that team fight I was talking about. You almost got the pick onto Lahens. He gets out, but then you get Pays. But it's in
See, Guma wants to make this play, by the way, guys, because if he kills Canyon and Faker revives with TP, they just get Baron. So that's why he's trying to be a hero here.
And now he's dead. Flash is gone, and Keen still doesn't need Flash.
Thank you, Urkel Baggins.
Close to being that team fight I was talking about. You almost got the pick onto Lahens. He gets out, but then you get Pays. But it's in big trade there. Faker going down. You don't have enough damage to follow up Zaya solo range. And then he just decides, like, I'm the only Fed member. I have to.
By the way, Keen is absolutely the MVP of this series. The trap he set for Owner in Game 1 to deny Ocean Soul, and then his play in this game, he has been fucking crazy.
A little bit helps. I mean, all the extra healing, the extra tenacity, but these are small things that will matter. But it's not the game-ending take. It's just how this fight breaks out, because Owner has to defensively ult here, and Baker still catches Pays. He makes the heroic play, utilizes that arm guard that we talked about so much, but then he's just completely isolated, because with Unbroken Will, Lahens can just stand in front of everybody else and tank it up, and then the front-to-back gets really tricky with Guma being so low. And I guess just, and then the front-to-back gets really tricky with Guma being forward
So,
there, and
hold up.
And I guess just with the Scryers thought that with Guma being so low.
So the Scry, it looks like the Scryer's Bloom here just barely didn't catch the Banana Brush. And so they didn't see that
And I guess just with the Scryers thought that
Keen was recalling, and then they see Guma come over the top.
if he was there, he would have been hit by the Scryers. He wasn't. He had a control ward in there, and but then he's just completely isolated, because with Unbroken.
That's just really unlucky for T1. You understand why Guma went in, though, because, like, you can turn that play probably into a Baron. And it's not like it was reckless. They thought they had the information.
I guess just with the Scryers thought that. We just thought Keen. If he was there, he would have been hit by the Scryers. He wasn't. He had a control ward in there, and
Bummer.
Scryers just misses him, and I guess misread there from Guma is going to cost him his flash on an already low-range AD carry. At least he's got his ult, but it feels rough.
You take a look at what they get from the two Chemtech Drakes. 12% tenacity.
The flash was bad, though. Yeah, it was.
Recently taken away from some items and runes.
On that, we can agree.
Also, you know, the Cassante has massive shields, actually, even with the recurrent.
Will we get a live watch along for the season finale of House of the Dragon like the Acolyte? Yes.
Now he does. So that Zaya gonna hurt a lot less, and already Keen is extremely tanky.
Yeah. You can see T1 are dropping blue trinkets in here, and you know, saying, all right, well, they're not doing that, we better back off, because they're right in our jungle, and they've put some deep aggressive control wards here. T1 fighting for vision of their blue buff, which is taken away. This is Genji's oppressive composition here, and they know the one way they can mess this up is if they just took a greedy Baron here when they're not quite ready to. They need a little bit more control before they can do that, so they're just making T1 check, keeping them honest. Blue trinkets down, and it's like, well, T1, are you gonna face check? Keeping the Scryer's Bloom up, checking all vision, no wards, nothing. here for T1, completely blind.
Yeah, they have like one blue trinket in their own jungle, which was just pinged, by the way.
Yep.
And they're just gonna start Baron, and they can 2-mana with Corki and Italy, and then eventually have the rest of the team come over. And there's just zero vision. I mean, T1, they're just gonna have to send it, but they're too late. They're backing. You can't even engage. They can 2-mana with Corki and Italy.
The pressure has just been unrelenting in the lanes this game, guys. Like, the biggest reason Gen.G is winning is because Keen has gotten that advantage, and they've translated into so much pressure, and T1 hasn't been able to get any fucking wards in. They haven't been able to get any turrets down, any map control the whole game.
He's got ult, he's got flash, like Owner is just gonna take the Constellation Gromp in this case, and T1 just could not come in. They couldn't do anything. Oppressive vision control, no way to face check, and they just give up the Baron because there's really no right choice. But nobody's side laning either.
But Keen shitting on Kennen is like a huge factor in this game.
The whole time, Bounty's now up. No bottom turret to push on the opposite side of the map. T1 almost checkmated in this game, it feels like.
Uh-oh, the Saya gets engaged on. There's the Featherstorm. That's early as now the hands. Faker.
Oh my god, Faker.
Bottom turret to push on the opposite side of the map. T1 almost checkmated in this game, it feels like.
Uh-oh, the Saya gets engaged on. There's the Featherstorm. That's early as now the hands. Faker looking for it, just going on a crazy run. The Featherstorm. That's early as now the hands. Faker looking for it, just going on
It's a very awkward ult.
I don't even know what that was. Meanwhile, Owner goes down, and Lance is going to find another one. Finds the Kennen here. Nice Sonya's actually.
He's trying to get the Zeri, but Zeri still has wall right up.
And that might actually
He also fucks it up, so it looks super janky.
Saves the inhibitor, may have saved the game because if they end up losing more people there.
They're sticking around though.
Guma, no ult. Oh my god! What was that?
By the way, this is what Faker was trying to do last game. This is what Faker was trying to do last game on Zeri.
They're sticking around though.
Because if you hit that big one, if you hit that big one with the Trinity Force,
Oh my god! What was that? Bye-bye! What was that damage? I mean, that's some big quirky damage right there.
Is there a spear in that as well? There had to have been.
I think there was. Oh my!
yeah, there must have been a spear too. Let's check this out.
That kind of saves the inhibitor, may have saved the game because if they end up losing.
So he actually sees them there though. There's a ward, so I don't know what Guma's doing. He knows they're there. Yeah, he definitely gets hit by a spear too. He hid the spear with Valk. He didn't hide the spear with Valk. That's not deliberate. He has to Valk over the wall to make the play. So him hiding the spear is incidental to the fact that he has to Valk anyway. But there was a spear there.
Bye-bye! What was that damage?
I mean, that's some big quirky damage right there.
Is there a spear in that as well? There had to have been.
I think there was.
He wanted to dodge the spear. If he did, he one-shots Corki.
Saves the inhibitor, may have saved the game because if they end up losing more.
I don't know if he does one-shot Corki.
Oh my god! What was that? Bye-bye! What was that damage? I mean, that's some big quirky damage right there.
Is there a spear in that as well? There had to have been.
I think there was, yeah. And even RFC, i.e., everything hurts.
Well, the game might just be over now.
It is now, I think.
They fake back, and Faker's down. Zhonya's can only save you so many times.
I think hiding the spear was intentional. Guys, he has to use Valk to make that play. I mean, it's good that it hides the spear, but what do you want him to do? He has to go in over the wall, and he's not going to use flash for that. But it does help. Because you can see the spear. It's that blue thing right there underneath Corki. It's right here.
Oh my god! What was that? Bye-bye!
It was cool, though.
I mean, that's some big quirky damage right there.
Is there a spear in that as well? There had to have been.
I think there was, yeah. And even RFC, i.e., everything hurts.
Well, the game might just be over now.
It is now, I think.
They fake back, and Faker's down. Zhonya's can only save you so many times, and that spear is going to land, and that might just be GG as with the Baron. Rival Baron power play.
I think T1 had a relatively decent performance. I mean, not this game. They got choked out. They got mega choked out this game. This game was not close, guys. At all. T1 never at any point really looked like they were going to win this game. They were on the back foot the entire time.
they really should remember that.
So it is very like KT, though, to immediately bounce back and have an incredible performance against Home Life Esports after just almost losing to Gnome.
They are also on blue side, so they will...
KT, least consistent team in this league.
They can leave the mistake to them.
All right. So we're taking Ivern away from Pioshik, and so we're just for. Oh, God damn it, dude! Why are we B1ing Renekton?
The pool kind of widens for AD carries.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's pick Corki. Oh man, we're not doing the AD Shyvana. No.
A lot of poke damage, a lot of range.
All right, Hanwha just trolling.
In response.
Even like a month ago.
Okay, back to Lucian. So you do have at least have Renekton Italy combo in the top side. And now we're just gonna take the Zeri. Please take a peel support.
Yeah. So it's just Senna Ornn to come out here from the side of KT.
Question is, what does the light play? I think
Rel.
Yep.
Relite.
Yeah, I think
The Rel is definitely good here because you just need peel to try and prevent any kind of Renekton follow-ups. Pretty shit engaged though, you gotta say. Like, what are you're leaping in on a Rel? Like, you have to, you're gated by Meganar cooldowns. Also, I'm just not convinced by this Shyvana stuff.
Too much for the rest is
a lot of people boundaries.
Fly, as it looks like Barrel's gonna...
I don't really know why this is a thing, because Shyvana does get changes on 14-15, and so maybe people are just playing her in anticipation of that.
All right, let's go next. Perfect is also going to get a nice little...
Where her AD actually is better, like it's improved.
Which allows
HLE picking two champs that do nothing out of ult form, that's right. Gnar and Shyvana. Also, by the way, just like, you're playing Gnar into Nidalee Renekton. Like, the Gnar into Shyvana Gnar, like, the dive is so easy in the top side.
So it doesn't really
They're actually going to lane swap.
Shyvana is a fast clearer, but her combat power is very reduced until level 6, until you have that ultimate available. One of the strengths of the pick is that once you're 6, you can fight around the ultimate, and then you can get it back very quickly when you go back in the jungle and clear. So a lot of power there. But if Pioshik challenges Peanut in the jungle, definitely going to have a bad time. We are seeing a swap come out from the side of Home Life Esports. Going to see if they can get an edge here. Senna Ornn, not the best.
She's very strong in 14-14. She's the best jungler in solo queue for by a lot. Yeah, but that's solo queue is so different than pro play.
Nothing else he can do. This is the first time Barrel has played the Ornn this season, as now we've just got Harass Gnar in mid.
Okay, that is horrible, the BDD.
Yeah.
Perfect obviously waited to level up. He went the slice and dice to get away from the situation. BDD already had the phosphorus bomb.
He actually
got bullied out.
Used it in the trade against Gnar earlier on. But it's going to help him anyway.
Yeah.
And he'll be just fine. Doran is going top.
I think, honestly, level 1 Renekton, if Viper and Delight hit level 3, they could probably just dive this 3v1. We'll see. It's all on Delight, really, to land the CC.
Perfect's gonna get level 2 though pretty quickly.
Level 3 yet.
They have to kill him before he hits level 2.
Coming in from Ornn, and that is going to push them back. As Beryl says hello.
Pretty rough though, because then you just have a support item, Senna alone in the bot side.
I can lane against Senna.
Yeah, he now knows there's no risk of him being dove. And then
Yeah, nice job by Doran to counteract TP in the bot side. Actually match XP against Perfect.
So, you know, even though it doesn't amount to anything in terms of a kill, I think Home Life Esports happy with how that ended up panning out. And we saw a game earlier where T1, you know, was swapped against and ended up getting like 3 plates to 0. But here, because of the passage of play, KT didn't get any plate. Well, sorry, they got 1 plate in the bot lane. But I'm not sure if Def was even there to get the gold. So, not really rewarded in this situation.
Yeah. Delight's here. Wants to help get this. As the last person to play this was Pioshik.
Why do you think Faker struggled so hard to adapt to the ADC mid meta? I have no idea, dude. I'm not inside his brain.
2020 LCK summer.
Perhaps DDoS, perhaps wrist issues. Maybe he can't practice champions. Maybe he's just old.
From 2020. And yeah, that's Delight's like, okay, well, I don't need to be with the Zeri, so I'm just going to help you get both the Scuttle Crabs.
Yeah, and securing an advantage for Peanut in the jungle on this Shyvana, getting him close to level 6. absolutely fantastic. So good moves coming out from Honma Life Esports.
The lane swap is definitely necessary here for HLE, but I'm just not sure what Peanut's actually going to do on this Shyvana. Like, Shyvana just doesn't offer very much. You have to have your setups in lane, which makes it really awkward. You're just worse in the 2v2 compared to Renekton, Nidalee, and topside.
Yeah, this is why Wolf does not like this combo.
Such an intimidating gank there. I like how Zeka got to the wall and was like, I don't have my dash yet, but I don't think I even want to leave.
He's like, I would
Corky Nidalee is like great, obviously, in the mid to late game when you start landing poke, but it's pretty not great at actually locking down a mid laner.
And now Delight looking for, they could just dive him.
Yeah, I mean, flash over the wall. There it is. Ignite. Easiest first blood of your life. Delight is
Nice job by Delight.
trouble. Super clean and gets Zeka first blood.
Yep. Pretty nicely set up by Zeka there, having a good laning phase so far, trading into BDD. BDD's been farming okay, but been low in health consistently. And, you know, I think, I'm going to say it, I think Rel a little bit of ganking that match, little bit better at ganking that matchup.
All right, we forgot about the most useful passive in the game, the one where Shyvana does more damage to dragons, which is really weird because you thematically wouldn't think she would want to murder dragons. Isn't that kind of against her philosophy?
Shyvana's go has been very health focused, so those resists definitely valuable. Will be forced away, and I think at that point, losing the flash, don't get the dragon early, you just start crying. There's no other response.
I mean, why are we even doing this though? Like, why are I understand you want to do the drakes, but when you literally have just sacrificed, like, what? Okay, so Rel was just in mid lane flashing to get this kill, and your Lucian then recalls afterwards. You have no mid pressure, and you already sacrificed bot pressure because your support went on a mid roam. So now you're just going to try and take a dragon at spawn?
Yeah.
Feels really weird.
Even at level 3. Meanwhile, Peanut trying to solo the Drake. It is Shyvana things.
Yeah,
But
you kind of have an addiction to getting the dragons for the extra
Peanut's high on his own supply, guys. This is a little bit of happy gaming, I think, from Hanwha.
definitely valuable.
Good old happy Hanwha. Why are we playing like this?
At that point, losing the flash, don't get the dragon early, you just start crying. There's no other response.
yeah, I that's what I would do.
Yeah.
In fact, I've done it before.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I didn't tell anyone until this moment.
And now
But it's okay.
everyone who's watching
Double-
knows you're a crier.
Double cull
Gotta get a good cry.
on the side of Hanwha.
Speaking of
Team
which,
is definitely going to do a lot of things in the early game. Surely this Senna and Ornn won't
Good at Rel.
giga scale.
yeah, sorry, Relite?
Relite.
Yeah.
He's good at Rel.
Relite is good at Rel. Who could have thought?
Yeah.
It's in the name.
Completely new information to us.
So be in a very awkward spot here because, you know, it's pushing away from him. He's quirky into Zeka, who got first blood, has Vam Scepter, and Column. His
but
ult
EDD
feels...
EDD has a tier and a
Very
cloth armor. You know, there was a items.
yeah. He doesn't even have plated steel caps.
Oh man.
It's a sad time.
His steel caps are not plated.
This is why I didn't want to see blind Corky, and obviously, I mean, a lot of things have led to this moment, including even the level 1 Gnar harass
Yeah.
to help out, but it's still just, it's rough.
I mean, to be fair, he's doing pretty good in the farm department, all things considered. Considering he got bullied out by Doran and he died.
Yeah.
He's holding up in CS.
And he is Corky, which is one of the best champs in the game right now, so at least if he doesn't get too far behind, he gets to be Corky.
Yeah, Peanut is so close to level 6 though. When he can finally become a champion. He's looking for it.
Yeah. Same with Pioshik, who when he hits level 6, he oh, well, he's the same champion.
Yeah.
They're going to go here for the dragon.
Now they get the dragon. They're like, we have to get this dragon.
Yes. In fact, everybody is grouping up for it except Doran, but neither of the top laners have TP.
This is the nice thing about jungle Shyvana though, because oh, Pioshik?
This is just on vision. Pioshik, they're not going to extend for that. The Ornn ultimate doesn't get much, but look at the wall. The Peanut level 6 spike does insane damage.
Oh, Pioshik?
This is just on vision. Pioshik, they're not going to extend for that. The Ornn ultimate doesn't get much, but look at the wall. The Peanut level 6 spike does insane
They're
damage.
just hard forcing this Drake now.
And he will go down as now Barrel in a rough spot here. He will be taken down. But look at the health bars. Oh, another
Uh-oh.
here. This
Uh-oh, go in, Pioshik. Do it. There you go. What a fiesta, guys. Dude, Peanut will not let go of this Drake no matter what. He is going. Yeah, he just. They don't fight. It's. Oh god, this game is so stupid, guys. Oh.
He had a rough laning phase. He just chilled and auto attack. That's all he needed to do. There's a bit of a split engage here. The light hits on a Pioshik.
They don't get damage onto Pioshik is one of the big issues after the rel engage, and he's able just to pop over the wall, and he actually just gets a kill. The poke from the Nidalee and the Corki is just so crazy. When they're stuck inside the pit, it does so much work. Pioshik's able to go back into Cougar form, jump in, gets the flash off. Zeka flashes but dies anyway. Viper flashes but dies anyway. Oh, the auto follows his flash from Corki. So gross. That was so bad, actually. So many wasted flashes.
All right, yeah, I don't have to translate that one. And the fans are loving it. This is what KT fans live for.
Yep. You know what? It's a good start. First skirmish of the series is in a great spot. It's all uphill from here. Typical KT.
Yeah, very consistent. The roller coaster is going up.
I know roller coasters go up, but I haven't really seen that they come down, so I'm pretty confident in KT right now.
Yeah.
They do have a gold advantage. About 600, not a huge amount, but a lot of gold in this Corki. Definitely a nice place for it to be. And obviously, when you have an Ornn on your team and a Senna, you know that at some point you will just ramp up massively. You know, hand out those ornaments, Senna gets a ton of souls. It's a nice set of champions to have if you have an early advantage.
Definitely does feel very good for their side. I feel like part of the reason why BDD was so hyped is, well, he got 3 kills, but also that it just immediately, it changes the entire framework of how this game is going to play out for him. Although, right as I say that, the culling, it's almost like a bait culling, but Zeka is...
Thank you. Have a good night.
How this game is going to play out.
Dude, this Shyvana is so fucking useless.
The culling, it's almost like a bait culling, but Zeka is so... He's going to live.
Oh, dude, the rocket.
Oh, man. And now we have a fight down in bot as Viper just...
Sorry, Viper gets out.
Walk in a straight line.
Yeah, that was a zoning ult from Barrel, you know.
Yeah.
Well, neither team's gank really goes successfully in that situation. I will say, Peanut did get a shutdown there, so in terms of gold, they get the edge. But definitely would have preferred that scenario for Zeka to live on the back of that, and BDD managed to clutch it out.
Dude, the Shyvana fever sweeping the LCK must be stopped.
Yeah, the Corki dream. Meanwhile, Peanut, you know, it's not brand, but you can still do the grubs really fast.
Yeah, and obviously when you auto in the dragon...
Canny's gonna play Shiv and make it seem broken. I mean, if you are going for some if you're going for some crazy, like, ultra-fast speed soul strat where you have a lot of pressure in lanes and you can counter jungle, the Shyvana might be good. Like, if you have Kalista bot, if you're playing, like, Kalista Renata bot and you have a Shyvana, do we hate that? I don't think we do.
But a mountain dragon, so you get the resist from the dragon.
I don't think we hate that.
Definitely would love to get that. And here, Zeka goes in for the trade, but the culling is mostly...
But he just feels like a champion that's super easy to read and, like, not very helpful in a variety of different game states at the professional level. It's not that you can't win with it, it's that, is it actually good for pro players to play in multiple situations, or is it only, like, very situationally good?
You know, the Lucian felt good, now it feels awful.
Yeah, that is the power of items, which BDD being able to pick up not only the plated steel caps, but has the Sheen, has the Phage, just trading so well in the Zeka. And now Zeka gonna, I guess, TP back in with Blade of the Rune King, so a decent power spike there.
Oh man, Perfect's getting in there. Doran has
Nice job by Perfect.
take this one out, and he's just gonna end up trading.
Trades flash for flash, but he punishes, like, the no Narbar right off of the mega cooldown.
He's in a lot of trouble, already taking a bunch, tries to heal, tries to survive.
Oh, I finally killed Pioshik.
Now Peanut getting aggressive, extending that dragon form, and can't really get away
They can
from it,
turn
but
this.
they're just gonna turn and fight, and
Shyvana's very squishy, by the way, with these kind of builds. I mean, she's got Sork shoes and Shojin.
And begins to fire into him. Perfect.
Viper's probably dead.
This one, and Viper, there's nowhere for him to go. It's just another kill fed over to BDD on this Corki.
Maybe a bit too aggressive there from Peanut. You know, he has the Dragon Form. He's like, it's go time. Let's kill them. And then just horrendously overextended. Viper was like trying to follow him up, trying to back up the team.
Okay, that's such a ridiculous argument. If you're talking about the Esports World Cup, the 1936 Berlin Olympics still has value, even though Hitler gave the medals. First off, the Olympics are the Olympics. Esports World Cup doesn't have the cachet. Your analogy is flawed because it's like if Hitler invented the Nazi games and then told everybody that they were the Olympics, but it was just sports washing to cover up Nazi crimes. Okay? It's not the Olympics. Just because you call something the World Cup doesn't make it as prestigious as the actual World Cup. Okay? This was the first time this LoL tournament was ever ran. It was clearly a Mickey Mouse tournament. The seeding was Mickey Mouse seeding. It was a week-long optional event. Optional. Keyword. Optional. Optional event. Played on a brand new patch that teams hadn't played for the first time, where they WWE'd the seeding. So West versus West and East versus East. No sane person in a competitive tournament seeds the teams like that.
Doesn't really do anything, so I think Doran staying there is actually the correct call.
Peanut planned for this though, right? Because the fight happened, the reset came in, KT went top, and he got the dragon. He got what he wanted out of it.
The dragon's all that matters for, well, the dragon. The other
Don't be bamboozled by fucking sports washing, guys.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, they get that play right before 14. That's got to feel good.
Yep, and they should just get the tower as well. In the second, will be the face of the game. We'll see, actually. Death's moved down. The light's there to defend. Oh, it's gone, yeah. First tower of the game. Big influx of gold for BDD, who didn't really need a big influx of gold.
Yeah.
Already doing pretty good. So a very fed Corki right now. And Herald going to be secured.
A little awkward there.
Well,
And
I might not be.
yeah,
You know what? I'm going to say some of the Heralds we've had in the LCK, they're possibly better off, I would say.
yeah.
You know, they got the XP, they got the gold.
Right after the
We've had in the
With all due respect to the Middle East, their religion/belief doesn't look too fondly on LGBTQ. Isn't that someone we as foreigners should respect another nation's right to their beliefs? No, because they're killing these people. And no, I don't just respect people because they say it's their religion. I believe in the fundamental sanctity of human rights. So no, I don't agree with that. Also, by the way, it is an interpretation of their religion/beliefs. I don't think all Muslims agree with that interpretation. I don't think all Muslims agree with that interpretation, guys.
LCK, they're possibly better off.
you have to be aware that like people could read a religious text and then choose to interpret it in many different ways.
yeah.
You know, they got the XP, they got the gold.
Right after the Grub buff, it feels like most teams
And let me get this straight. I think exactly 0 people should get killed for religious beliefs.
really
0.
the Grub more.
And I disagree with
Crypto can
anyone
really help you
being killed or having their civil liberties removed for religious beliefs.
especially if
Because I am a secularist and that's what I believe. So no, fuck all that
you
shit.
get a kill and you can
Fuck
use it
everything
to
about it.
push tempo and mid and stuff, but
Yeah,
otherwise it's like, well, okay.
it can really help for taking down mid tier 1, which is definitely valuable, but I've also
The thing about Islam, guys, that Western people fail to, like non-Muslims fail to understand is like, it's not like Christianity where there's a fucking pope in Catholicism that leads the Catholic Church and has a set doctrine. There aren't really priests, guys. There are imams, and imams are religious leaders who gain clout from having a following, right? They're not like, you know what I mean? Like you actually, as an imam, you actually have to like have people believe in your teachings and want to follow you. It's not like, oh, there's a new fucking Muslim pope. That doesn't exist.
many times where it just doesn't do.
So there's a lot of different interpretations of
I
Islam.
like the teams that use it in mid
And a
they
lot
take
of
the
scholarship.
direction and ram it into the wall right behind them.
Yeah, that's really good. I like the teams that drop it down and then walk away.
Religious influencers, basically. I mean, they're more similar to like evangelical preachers, not in terms of their beliefs, but in terms of like, you know, certain church evangelical movements get popular because of leadership.
To like just charge the tower and then the enemy team stop and kill it. Especially after they like lost a fight to get the Herald.
So Peanut's here. They say, well, we've got damage in spades, so we're just going to dive this. They get the TP out of, once again, Barrel, who did this very early on in the game.
Yep. Oh, we're seeing the Corki Nidalee again. They'll definitely be able to take out the Gnar.
Yeah. They have a lot of lockdown.
Yeah, they really need Barrel.
Talk to us about Shia versus Honey Muslims. No.
Barrel's been left alone. He TP's in to cover his teammate, and his teammate just dips.
Well, Barrel's gonna throw.
Effect, or even death.
I have the shocking belief that there could be nuanced takes on a religion that has 1 billion people and is over 1,000 years old, and has had extremely smart people, by the way, doing religious scholarship on it for like, I don't know, that whole time.
Well, Barrel's gonna throw an ult in just for good measure.
He is tanky, but he doesn't want to step up there. So it's gonna be a trade of turrets, and it looks like on the bot side, BDD will get more gold.
Yeah.
How do I convince my wife to let me name our second kid a Roman era name?
Definitely needs more.
What name are you thinking of?
He already has a lot, but I think he needs more.
Yeah. Also see Death with the
I failed it. I failed at naming my second child Hannibal. It was very disappointing.
From Peanut hitting you with a fireball, I respect it. I think it's.
Although I will say that Hadrian and Tiberius were always in the mix for my kids as possible names.
Game right before Senna, begins to actually get more XP, but Peanut's got like 3 items or at least 2 items where you will lose almost your entire health bar.
Yeah.
Trajan's a good one.
I feel like
That is good.
Atticus? What's wrong with Atticus? Atticus is actually like from To Kill a Mockingbird as well. Atticus is a good name.
Senna's always down in levels.
I feel like Atticus is like an acceptable modern name as well. Achilles is a Greek name, you dinguses.
That you really do just one-shot it.
What's your first kid's name?
When people play this AP Shyvana, that's what you're hoping to run into. Peanut is now level 11. Even less downtime between Dragon Forms. Close to that Leandries.
Evelyn.
Yeah.
Evelyn's a good name.
I mean, there is.
I think Atticus sounds nice with Evelyn. What's the problem with Atticus?
Kosik just says, okay, I'll just play Nidalee and
Tell her Atticus Finch from To Kill a Mockingbird is a banger character. Go watch the Gregory Peck version of that movie. He's so noble.
Feels like the Nidalee is a pretty good matchup.
He's so noble.
Yeah.
And I think the big thing though, BDD close to having that mana immune stack, and I think at that point, Katie can just do what they want. It was very hard to deal with this Corki. I think Delight's main objective will be get on top of BDD so his team can kill him. I think if I'm going to be honest, but all sums now up and available. Dragon Spawn in a 55, you can see both teams setting up for it.
If you're BDD, you're in this position, you're fed, there's a lot of threats on the enemy team. What is your third item?
I think every Corki ever just goes rapid fire in every situation.
Would you prefer to not name your kid an Asian name? My kids both have Korean middle names, and that's what they go by in Korea. So they have both names.
Right, what about his 5th item?
5th item, okay, maybe then you can go like a GA. Or something.
Yeah.
All right, what does your wife want to name the kid?
Where it's like, no, I need to do damage. Survivability, that's
Whatever.
For people who don't like doing damage.
That's true. We do prioritize the boom damage here.
Alistair? I like the name Alistair. So she's going to go for like an OG like English name? Like a OG UK name? That name is British as fuck. I like Alistair, but like Alistair is good. Alistair is a good name, but I don't understand why that one's okay, but Atticus isn't. It's a family name. Yeah, is she very British? It's like that's like a British noble from 1880 right there.
Yeah, it is just one. Yeah, imagine if he didn't have Edge of Night.
He would have a lot less health.
Yeah, he'd be in a lot of trouble. Look at this TP right now. way behind. Barrel's gonna go in and
Oh, huge engage, actually. Huge engage by Delight.
He would have a lot less health.
Yeah.
But does it fucking matter?
Right now. Way behind. Barrel's gonna go in. And
Ooh, nice flash, dude. There's just no fall-off damage, though. Oh, he got one E off. Pog.
is going to follow up. The follow-up here from the rest of the team is just non-existent.
They didn't kill Barrel, so now he gets a absolutely huge, he gets an absolutely huge ult in.
Massive Rel ultimate on top of 3 of them.
Meanwhile, Perfect actually TPs in, gets into the pit immediately, and then flashes onto Zeri, kills her. Perfect with the mega flank.
And just decimates that
Barrel actually having his ult, living and getting his ult up there was huge.
on the run. There's just no hope for him. He's going to try to kite it out. Peanut's like, man, why'd you bring him to me?
Yeah, Peanut trying to get the recall.
Peanut's like, I don't get value out of my passive, guys, if we don't take Dragon. Go.
And that is
All right,
just
Shyvana's garbage, man.
KT just
Love the Shojin into Leandri's build here, so you could just poke people with E, which is the only useful thing Shyvana does.
And then nothing happened in the aftermath. We'll see the replay. So Barrel tries to engage, doesn't find it. And then Delight gets this massive ult in. And then Peanut hits his E, and it does like a moderate amount of damage. But then Perfect comes in and just one-shots.
Man, Perfect's having a great game, though.
Yeah, and Zeka's like, oh, I thought the Shyvana would do more.
Shyvana has very nice burst, but it didn't really do enough. And Viper, he got exhausted and then speared in the face, and then there was a Renekton and that flash on him.
Viper's eaten a few too many spears this game. Pretty happy about that one.
It's about as good as it gets. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, you can see like every moment. It's like, oh, another.
Immune before that fight, he just got rapid fire.
So you said IE up next.
Yeah.
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 Massive difference in gold.
What are you? Okay, just ult.
Yeah.
Fine. And then throw some fireballs, I guess.
The E doing so much damage. Yes, great Shyvana value.
Missed, yeah.
It's not that easy to miss, honestly.
It's like calm amount.
What the fuck? Zeka, why are you standing there?
Oh, it missed, yeah.
It's not that easy to miss, honestly.
Zeka just doesn't flash.
Oh, Zeka. Yeah, he's going to have to flash. He also roots Peanut and just dies. And KT are just rolling them.
I mean, the HLE's comp sucks. Whatever.
Over them. It's 2 kills for free. And the world is their oyster. They can do whatever they want. If they want Baron, they can do that. If they want to push, they can. And Viper's just going to ult and try to, I don't know, rally the troops.
This looks like Gen G versus Honor like esports. What has happened to KT? I mean, I just feel like this is such a KT thing. Just to
Yeah, we definitely, you know what would have been worse? Like picking Zyra or Brand here would have definitely been, you know, we want this AP poke champ, but are we going to pick Zyra or Brand? No. It's fucking Shyvana, and we can't even get first Drake because our team is making plays in the mid lane, and then we have no pressure in top or mid and bot because we're on a recall, and then we're doing Drake. So silly. What a terrible game.
Peanut has ult. They should contest this.
Well, Peanut, will he get a chance to ult? I mean, even level 10 depth is just escorting the dragon away from the pit. And that boomerang is also going to miss. Now they're looking to turn. A little bit of a messy turn. Not really going to find anyone, but now finally Perfect is going to find that front line. Dragon away from the pit.
Perfect's positioning has been very good. He gets a free flank here. Perfect's flank value has been huge onto the carries, onto the 280s.
Doing it again and again and again, and Life Esports can't do anything about it.
Okay, Peanut, fire another one. Well, he dashed.
You think Zyra would be finding a Corki Sen Ornn? Seems hard to stay alive. Well, it can't be worse than this, can it?
She just was able to consistently land them because of ability, and in that land, they just healed.
Yeah.
Like Peanut's like, I need to get ult back. I need to get ult. You're so far away. His flash is coming up.
I feel like I'm watching an Olaf from behind. He's just like running around, like throwing axes, but they don't actually hit anything, and he just doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
you know?
he's pretty close now.
But he farms really fast.
Yeah.
Well, BDD, okay, I don't know what that was, but he's dead. Now the turn is going to come in.
Perfect actually low-key has been super good. This guy needs a better team. He needs to get away from these bums, Pioshik and Barrel.
What? I can't even believe it. What is happening here? What? Barrel's just dead. Okay, now Home Life Esports are going
BDD just inting, okay.
Not Gen G, this on live. What is well, just when Kate the pit.
Well, BDD, okay, I don't know what that was, but he's dead.
He's pretty close now.
Shout out to BDD zoning out instead of a Ornn with ult.
Yeah.
Hey guys, do you think Ornn should be here doing this, or do you think this is BDD's job?
Well, okay.
Why would Ornn and Renekton be here zoning people out?
Now the turn is going to come in. Massive shutdown for, well, Relight.
In the pit.
Yeah.
Wait, they're actually throwing.
They're actually... What? I can't even believe it. What is happening here? What? Barrel's just dead. All right.
Wow, they get a free Baron for no reason, okay.
After everything in the world is connected with them. And then Yoshi just finishes them off. Okay, not great. Mid lane tower. Zeka decides...
Oh, that's just the replay from
Well, then
before.
just move to the next fight, whatever. And leave Pioshik in the pit. And then they just die. I don't think there's more. I don't think there's like, there's not some well, let's move to the next fight, whatever.
Dude, Peanut has to like ult out every he gets like chunked to half and then ults out, and then he just walks around in a circle and presses E one time. There it is. There's his E, guys. Up.
Amount of damage
He hit an Ornn
from the
only.
spear. And I mean, it kind of looks like he's here in an okay spot.
BDD accidentally took the Leandry's proc from the E on the ground.
Okay.
Oh, he just doesn't care anymore, I guess.
The pit nearly dies. Here comes the Gnar. What? It kind of looks like he's here in an okay spot.
Doran's like, oh no, my Gnar bar's running out.
Pioshik, though.
I must do something.
Finally doing something. Goes in the pit, nearly dies. Here comes the Gnar.
Well, he got the flash out of Corky.
Somebody stop this madness. Perfect is going in, and now he's going out. Here comes Viper. Wait, what are you doing? Viper's dead. Zeka's dead. No, yeah, he's dead. Okay. The light? No, he's also dead. Okay, KT, they get the dragon, and I guess they're fine.
Yeah, very convincing team fight from KT.
Is weed hard to get in South Korea? Both, it's very illegal and also just not even worth getting, frankly.
I can really pinpoint any moments
Yeah. No, that's...
that could have gone better. Yeah, it just feels like two teams playing things almost perfectly, but KT a little bit more perfect.
Just honestly, pristine gaming.
Sad thing is they don't end, so we're gonna get the replay and we have to see that again.
The Koreans are like on some like 1950s shit where they still think it's like reefer madness, guys. It's very illegal.
It's just this old. I don't even know what to say.
So no, it's just not worth it.
But it just looks so goofy.
The penalties are really severe.
It's like, so look how low he is, and he's like, I'm going. Why?
Oh, man. Yeah, honestly, just a really clean fight from KT.
How is the underground tattoo scene? I mean, it's technically illegal, but it's alive and thriving. Also, you guys probably know Korean tattoo artists, a lot of them are extremely fucking good.
Respect to them, you know. After throwing a
Have you watched the Netflix series Beef, Monty? Yes.
They managed to find it back. Now, the caveat is peanut
So,
butter dragon, which gives
I
them
don't
extra
really
health.
like watching TV shows where the premise is like these people are horrible people. So I don't really like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I don't really like Succession,
that much is definitely true.
and I didn't really like Beef. I know all of those are good shows, guys. They're just not my style. I like Seinfeld, though, which is kind of the same premise. I think Seinfeld's funnier.
In another one of our just really pristine, clean fights where BDD was standing there pressing buttons and getting kills. And after that, Zeka just wasn't really a factor in this.
Did I ever watch Mr. Show? Yeah, Mr. Show is funny.
And Def's range right now.
Did I like The Office? No, I hate The Office. I think The Office is like a pleb detector to the max. I think loving The Office is like the biggest hallmark of being a fucking pleb in the universe.
But 110 already with rapid fire cannon, he is not going to be easy to deal with. And I feel like at this point, ornaments going to start getting handed out. KT gone fully online. We have the ornamented Triforce. Do you know the name? Triforce
Masterwork.
Masterwork. Yeah.
Thanks for adding the brackets. Just in case.
Oh, they also have the Jack. You know the name of the Jack show, the ornamented one.
The Office is like the most normie shit of all time, man. It's so it's like
Oh, they also have the Jack. You know the name of the Jack show, the ornamented one.
Honestly, I don't know. Doran.
I think liking Star Wars makes you a bitch, but you don't see me going around saying who likes Star Wars. Do you think I like Star Wars?
Instead, though, he's just.
I'm the guy who thinks there hasn't been good Star Wars since 1983.
Why, but I guess he just jumped into the jungle and.
That's me. I wish they had just stopped at Return of the Jedi and literally never made Star Wars again.
They knew Peanut would be farming.
Yeah.
Not resisted.
Well, he is gonna ult over the wall. Nice cancel there, but the flash shot in from Barrel.
Yes, I do like Andor. Andor is the only good thing, but if I would gladly trade no Andor for nothing else past Return of the Jedi. I am willing to make that trade. Here's the deal, guys. We delete all of Star Wars after Return of the Jedi, including Andor. It's fair. It's more than fair.
Comes in and the Shyvana is just not tanky. And BDD now on 12 kills. Ult over the wall. He just jumped into the jungle and.
Yeah,
Doran's dead though. He's just over.
This game is just a fiesta, guys. What is this Shyvana supposed to do this game? Oh, she has Crypt Bloom now. Good TP by Barrel.
Flank from Barrel. They knew Peanut would be farming.
Yeah.
Not resisted.
Well, he is gonna ult over the wall. Nice cancel there, but the flash shot in from Barrel. Knockup comes in and the Shyvana is not tanky. And BDD now on.
Shyvana ulting out is just the theme of this game.
Just decided Peanut was gonna die, and he ensured it. Minute 20 till Baron. Peanut will be up and alive. But yeah, feels like this game kind of pulling away from Hunter Life Esports at a rapid pace. There was like a brief moment where they had hope.
KT just wanted to make it interesting.
Sorry, I was talking about the Jack Show, the ornament one. I didn't finish it. People will be frustrated if they don't know the name. It's Jack Show, brackets, Masterwear.
빨간 팀의
You know, I never would have guessed.
Yeah, it's
really hard to call.
really hard to
I don't know how you
figure
do
out.
that one.
Yeah, I'm doing a pretty good job. I learned all the ornament items names since they changed it. Just, it feels like a cool thing to bring out on cast, you know.
It's really cool information. I think the names are really cool.
I'm sad they got rid of the.
Honestly. So what's the name?
I'm sad they got rid of the Masterwork names. Did I like Lost? I liked the first few seasons of Lost.
That one.
Oh.
Well,
you can research it for the next time.
yeah, I'll research it for next game.
Yeah.
Do you watch any K-dramas? No, those things are trash.
Yeah, BDD still monster fed.
I watched Gyeongsung Creature recently. Holy shit. Terrible.
Pushing, and then
So you jumped into the.
I liked Itaewon Class, but only because it took place very close to my old house, and it was like fun to see all my neighborhood. They were like filming right outside of my old apartment. It was cool.
You jumped into the blind, dark jungle.
he was hoping that Death was walking by as he jumped, and he would bounce over him over the dragon wall.
Honestly, that would have been super cool.
That would have been the sickest. He just flying, just went, you know what? I think he was probably pretty dead no matter where he went, but if he was banking on that, that was actually a pretty cool play.
Yeah.
It just didn't work at all, and it was like a 1 in a million chance that he would have got it.
Yeah. So do KT definitely win this game? I'm feeling a little bit
KT
lost.
absolutely win this game, which, as I say it, makes me feel less confident. They are super far ahead. Senna's mega strong with a ton of souls. BDD's mega fed level 16.
I mean, they should absolutely win this game. Look how fucking fed this Senna is. 20 assists. Holy shit.
Get it, which does make me doubt. Weird saying.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit worried for KT now because they're so far ahead. I don't know if they can do it.
They're a bit too far ahead. This feels.
They're just gonna push mid.
That's a smart strategy.
Look at the positioning of the High Life Esports members. Doran might just die. Okay, gets the Sterix proc. Now BDD is fine. They have a Viper, and he will go down. Meanwhile, Zek is killing a ward and tripped over his shoelaces there, so he goes down. And over the wall, they do take down. Yeah, now Viper's got to go for his own ult, and he does have Doran coming up, and can they actually kill Viper here? Another knockup comes in, and Nar doesn't have much healing, but the flash shot over the wall, they do take down.
It's like every time it's just Shyvana dying.
Meanwhile, Zek is killing a ward, and tripped over his shoelaces there, so he goes down.
My favorite sitcom is Futurama. Dude, Futurama's the GOAT, man.
Yes, it did.
I love Futurama. I was actually really impressed with the latest iteration of Futurama on Hulu because, like, you're always afraid. I mean, Futurama's come back like 5 times now, but you're always afraid when Futurama comes back that, you know, it'll just be too many in-jokes because a lot of shows just fall into the trap of, like, becoming self-referential to the ultimate degree and leaning on their old jokes. And, like, Futurama is still very funny. What a great show. Futurama is so well written, it's crazy. Yeah, I was really impressed with how good the new ones were. I did not expect them to be good. All right. Quick break, guys. I gotta go pee. Be back.
You know, if you first pick
Venture Brothers is funny.
probably taking a hit. They opt to go for the Lucian
Dr. Orpheus is my spirit animal.
into the potential Corki.
I like old seasons of South Park. Dude, new seasons of South Park are fires. South Park is still the best satire out there.
Obviously, the matchup last time we saw was very unfavorable based on the outcome of the game.
He's taunting him.
Thoughts on the Big Bang Theory? I've never watched it, but seems like trash.
Like, no way.
No, I want to win the game.
Yeah.
Takes the Zyra, you know, sets a fast pace in the jungle, has the AP profile to fit in the Lucian, and...
Ever watched The Wire? Yes, Wire is one of, not the best series ever made. Wire is great.
That we have seen time and time before.
Yeah. It's pretty good for Zeka. I feel like he doesn't necessarily want to play the...
Okay, game 2 here.
Yeah, so there it is.
So we'll lock that in, and then
I haven't seen Ozark.
options here could just go for
All right.
AD carry. You have that Lucian in the mid lane. Decent backline threat, but it can be a struggle for Kennen to get on top of the backline when there's like a Maokai throwing saplings around and stuff.
Yeah.
We've seen it do well in the lane matchup. Now, AD carry bans.
All right, so we're back picking the Tristana. We actually banned the Renekton this time around.
On blue side, 'cause you can do the 1-2.
Okay, Kennen versus Gnar.
Yeah.
Now we actually have the Zyra in this game.
No, it's gonna get picked by On Life Esports.
Red light.
One of the things. Oh, there's
MF blind.
Okay, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Would you believe?
Interesting that they banned the Leona and picked the Ziggs.
Believe, yes. You. Alice.
MF. Well, that's no surprise.
So it has to be Rel here. You needed engaged support, obviously, because otherwise you have no tank or front line on the side of KT.
But it's those
Really limited. This is the same problem that we're running into in the last game, though, is like you only have you don't have any non-committal engage, or at least you have Maokai ult over here, right? You also have insane turret pushing. Like, remember this combo? I mean, this combo in LPL last patch was so crazy. Like, this is just a fast push, and so you're going to need some serious wave clear.
Lucian has the edge in a Tristana, Kennen has the edge in a Gnar, MF is very strong in the early lane. So I think really KT, if they have a strong start, they could just follow the momentum through. But if they don't, their comp is very
Breaking. I haven't seen Better Call Saul, but I've heard it's very good. Breaking Bad is like good in my opinion, but I think people like it too much. I think it's a great black comedy. I think it's kind of like cringe in terms of later seasons. Like the whole like killing Gus segment, like there's some really cringe moments in Breaking Bad that are just like so over the top and stupid.
Yeah.
They are tower takers extreme.
They'll take their own plates.
They will take anyone's plates.
They'll
They will
take
have
all the plates.
enough for a banquet, not
Yeah.
just like a set of plates for a dinner, like a banquet worth of plates.
They're gonna go to one of those sushi places that have the plates, you know, that just keep coming out.
Yeah.
They're just gonna keep eating more and more.
And someone's like further along from you, but they just keep grabbing them. So
Like it becomes the problem with Breaking Bad is the problem with Breaking Bad it was really good at the start when it was like a black comedy, and then it became a soap opera. I just liked it when it was a black comedy.
Yeah. It's pretty rude, but it's effective strategy.
I do wonder how many grubs they'll be able to get, especially, you know, Zyra loves taking the grubs.
But the middle seasons of Breaking Bad are not very good in my opinion.
What objective you get as a Maokai, but we'll have to wait and see again how those lanes do go here for game number 2. As we are ready, let's hop into the Rift for that game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, second game surely can't be quite as clean as game number 1.
Oh, Deft matching Viper's TP, by the way. Now, obviously very common for a Ziggs to go TP, and Deft matching it, so won't be any advantage in that regard.
Yeah, that is actually a good point that's brought by Ox. Very rarely do you see an MF like actually take TP, but thinks you can get away with it here versus the Ziggs, who basically always goes TP. Exhausts on Delights to help deal with the Kennen in the mid to late game.
Really deal with your pipe poke. Now, Barrel's doing some cheeky stuff.
He's gonna.
Oh, he catches him anyway.
And he gets the trade of flashes even.
And Barrel unlocks his Hex Flash.
Man, where's Atlas?
Not even in today. This is why he
Comes over. He's gonna get solo XP on one of those, and then he misses the next. That's fine.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here's the Hex Flash unlocked.
Yeah, gonna do a bit damage to Viper, and he can't really do any in return other than a couple of autos, but the lane kind of gone in favor of HLE so far. So the control they have. 8-0 is Delight's Alistair. And 4-0 is Peanuts Maokai. I think, you know, it's not always super relevant, people's win-losses on champions.
Delight's Alistair has been very good,
I feel
though.
like KT have definitely got some uphill battles.
What's with the fucking Cowboy Alistair skin? Like, does he herd his own people?
Those two players especially.
Is he ranching other cows? It's pretty fucked up.
To the point where Maokai was just banned over and over and over again into Peanut.
Explain that to me. Cowboy Alistair. That's a deeply disturbing skin.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that much
That explains a lot, actually.
Anymore. Maybe another team will try. But I think after Life Esports' experience with that one, they're going to shelve it.
And this is kind of the power of the Zyra. Peanut is on his 5th camp, and Pioshik is just done.
Yep.
In fact, he's like, hey, I finished my work. I'll come over and help you with yours.
Peanut's like, well, I'm going to try to dodge everything. And Peanut has not lost a game of Maokai ever.
I think that's a great time to bring up that graphic. Yeah.
Ever.
Really. Zeka, you know Pioshik is there, so there's not going to be any surprises. And he will just walk a little bit away. Just have the bone plating as well, just to try and mitigate the burst from it. Wow. So we were thinking it was
21 game winning streak here on Alistair.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. So I feel like the win-loss graphics at the start, I was like, well, that's find a barrel. Actually, is looking for.
I think LCK production does such a good job with some of these like win rates.
No.
I also like the jungle heat maps and stuff they've been putting in. LCK production still the best, man.
You just don't have to do something, Brendan. Sometimes you just don't.
So, it's either Yundo or G-Sun has suggested the Lightar. It was Yundo.
No, passing on that one is.
And G-Sun did not sound very happy with it.
Yeah, I love how she immediately said that it wasn't.
What if you say it like Delatar? It kind of sounds more like Alistair, right?
I think you're only allowed if you say it like with a really southern accent.
Delatar.
Delatar.
I like how you had a.
Wow,
British
Ox's
accent,
southern
by the
accent
way.
is fucking tragic.
Hey, I tried.
Using your southern accent, great. Good work. Good stuff.
It's a British person who's been living in the South for a bit,
Yeah.
And he thinks he's got the accent on lock, and
He's perfect.
Yeah.
Fits right in.
He's trying his best. Okay, leave him alone.
Yeah.
Perfect. You leave Doran alone. Oh, he didn't. He actually.
Oh, he stopped back.
He spooked him.
Yeah.
At this point, are you really gonna recall Doran?
Yes.
Oh, the answer is yes.
Well,
He really wants those
okay,
mercs.
Some slick moves. He does have his flash. He finally uses it.
Oh, the answer is yes.
Well, Peanut, okay, some slick moves. He does.
Barrel's
have his
roams have been
flash.
good so
He
far this
finally
game.
Uses it, and he gets away.
Perfect as per usual. This is why he's undefeated on this pick. Slick little getaway. KT been challenging him a little bit so far in the jungle. Looks like he'll be doing okay. Viper hasn't gone the tier route. He's like, I don't need that. I get enough mana from my.
He's level 6. Doran kind of in an awkward spot. Going to be chunked out. Meanwhile, Culling in mid. But yeah, I'm more curious about this. He is just going to face check the Zyra. Doran does have flash. And no red buff here for good.
Felchmaster 9000. Make port loin in my instant pot and use the leftover liquid to make a simple vegetable stew. Nice. Welcome back.
Moving up.
Thank you for your subscription.
Valkyrie is nearly here.
Yeah, I mean,
And KT Woods back away. And now they're going towards the Grubs.
so it's kind of what I expected, that Pioshik should just be able to get first move on all the Grubs, especially the first one.
I think
What is Chober doing nowadays? Casting Valorant in Korea?
he is clearing very quickly.
He's into Maokai, and that Maokai also just flashed, and all of Maokai's lanes are losing. Or at least they're being pushed in.
They're being pushed.
Do I have the game on 720? Possibly.
Technically losing. Losing's the wrong
I do. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why it defaults to that sometimes.
Well, we'll see if they can get a move towards Dragon actually at some point. It is Chemtech first Dragon.
Thank you, Savan,
Then
for the heads up.
Chemtech Soul.
Yep. And you begin to stack your Drakes. It just feels good across the board.
Yeah.
And you got some shielding, for Barrel.
So close.
And, for the MF, who's going to build BT first.
Yeah.
So, hey, just a little bit of extra on top.
Well, we do see at this point KT put the pressure down towards bot lane. Viper can't really step up. Actually trying to-
CBA Prod, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Choo choo, no ads for subs. A great content. Thank you very much.
But yeah, this is just advantage KT. really much coming from it. But this is just kind of the pace that a Zyra can set in the jungle against anyone who basically isn't like a Nidalee.
Yeah. Zeka is going to hop away. Does have his flashback, but still not feeling too good about the way things are going here. And yeah, I mean, this is just the thing about KT. They can play to their opponents, but also they can play out of their minds and just beat anyone. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if somehow KT is the first team to take down Gen G in a series.
They were the only team to beat
Yeah.
in a series this year, in fact.
They did it
Still
already.
are.
And
Well,
there's a reason why.
I say that, Gen G did lose the EWC, so, you know.
Yes, that did happen.
But only team to beat them in a series, the LCK. Or at MSI. So, pretty much everything else. And now, Viper gets to hit the tower. This is the best part about playing Ziggs, when you get to hit the
What's the
tower.
local time in Korea? 12:51 p.m.
Get some good poke down.
He got the solo plate.
Yeah, Deft has a Vam Scepter, but not quite enough sustain yet.
He's got 2 biscuits. He's just holding on to them.
Saving them for later,
Yeah.
in case he gets hungry.
It's generally a good idea.
That's the inside.
Got some slow early games today, guys.
Could be going in a weird spot, but you look across the board, chess is pretty even. You know, plates are also relatively even.
Yeah, I agree with Ox. It's incredibly even scenario. All right, we're not quite to BT yet. Onto the bot side. The real question here, are Zeka and Viper going to get left alone in some lanes with plates? Like, honestly, KT has dodged probably the most dangerous time period where Tristana and Ziggs could get really accelerated in terms of gold.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Must be casting with Viper.
But especially, like, if you land the Maokai ult, the thing is, when you throw down a Maokai ult, what normally happens is the tanky person stands in front to block it for the squishies. But you don't have to root them, you just have to force their movement, and you can ult on top. Like, if BDD and Deft are standing behind Barrel to avoid the ult from the Maokai, you can just throw a Ziggs ult on top, and they're kind of limited in where they can go.
Yeah. Delight's been on a bit of a long gambit in the enemy jungle here. He is going to be spotted and pushed out. All the vision cleared by Barrel.
Zyra Conqueror, yes. There's a lot of Zyra Conqueror play, especially into triple melee. It's not that uncommon.
Push in as the one was taken. Now the TP is going to come in as Perfect does get turned onto here. He does go and get exhausted by himself, but finally we have the Ziggs ultimate on top as it does take him down and does get a Grub, but the rest of the fight is looking good for the side of KT. Is BDD going to dash on forward, but now Barrel is
Deft is here. Deft still has ult. There it is. Beautiful.
Right on top of everybody in that front line. Here's Viper as Ziggs gonna flash in. And
Oh!
and now Peanut trying to go
What a
down here as
fiesta,
well.
man.
He's gonna get rooted, actually. A Q
Is he gonna die?
And Pyosik gets blocked
Nope.
by the minions.
Or is he?
Put a plant down and it'll kill him.
Oh!
No, the plant's trolling.
Not quite. Yeah.
Doran's here. Deck has flash.
Doran dies and TB's back in.
Dodges the boomerang. There's a chance here for him to get out with his flash intact. Actually going to try to fight, and then he flashes, and then he dies. Doran, though, will go down. So it's trade here. And Deft does trade everything with Doran.
It's just a grub fiesta, guys.
And in fact, KT are not really in position.
All right, KT really wants to get
go for these.
4 grubs to get the buff here, and they also have a good cannon flank.
Now the TP is going to come in as Perfect does.
So exhaust goes down onto him immediately.
He does go and get exhausted by him.
But it's actually a very good Zyra ult,
We have the Ziggs ultimate on top.
because Doran has to run away, and he actually runs directly into BDD there.
For the side of KT, is BDD gonna
MF also rotating up, and like all the ults are down right now for Hanwha, like actually everything.
Barrel is pretty low.
And Deft is still coming here, so the longer that they can delay this, and Piotr gets some good roots down here.
Back up and now on the active MF ult, right on top of everybody in that front line. Here's Viper as Ziggs gonna flash in and just die. And now Peanut.
No, the plant's trolling.
Not quite. Yeah.
Doran's here. Deck has flash.
Oh, dodges the boomerang.
This is Boomerang.
There's a chance here for him to get out with his flash intact. Actually going to try to fight, and then he flashes, and then he dies. Doran, though, will go down. So a trade.
That could have gone better for Doran.
Def does trade everything with Doran.
Very hectic fight where KT does come out ahead slightly, but it still felt so close.
They did get the 4 stacks,
Not gonna lie,
so they did get the Void Grub bonus, so...
but Perfect gets a very low value ult here initially. He's kind of just ulting the tanks and gets exhausted. But then
I mean, the thing is though about Perfect's ult is that he draws exhaust, right? And then it allows him to push people forward. So if he gets the Maokai ult out and it pushes people forward into Zyra ult, which then pushes Doran forward, right? Pushes Doran's forward, which means he gets isolated and killed by BDD. So, you know, I actually don't hate the Kennen ult there.
But it's the ensuing play as well, where Def finds a good angle to ult. And so many cooldowns are gone. No one has an answer to interrupt him. The route from Pioshik into the Def ult is massive. And then Viper,
Cover your eyes.
yeah, went for the W and then he dashed and then was like, I'm gonna Q flash. That doesn't work. It's not. You're not playing Ezreal. That doesn't work. Yeah. So not the most ideal passage of play for Viper there. And here Doran was really hoping that the tower would just forget to do damage. Fortunately for him, it didn't. And now KT kind of just continuing the monopoly and objectives.
Oh,
Dragon
Hextech.
Hextech with their comp. That is the win con, you know?
Yeah.
When it's like, oh, well, we had an early comp, things aren't going amazing.
That's extremely good for KT. Like, honestly, KT escaping from this laning phase without giving up a million plates so far, and you have 10 seconds, and they've gotten like 1 plate in each lane, not even a plate in mid lane. Guess they got 2 in top now. But it's going to be hard. You always have to be scared of Tristana Ziggs, though, because they can end the game super fast if you lose like 1 fight in the mid game. Oh, he dashed into the Maokai ult.
Another one from Barrel just to try to zone Zeka away. So many low health bars. BDD tries to get in there, and now it's actually how
Zeka can't get a reset. So sad.
Barrel is going to get that engage and lands the stun onto Zeka and
Whoops.
will unlock that kill for
Maybe shouldn't have gone for that last auto.
Now it's actually how esports
Thing is, his rocket jumps on cooldown, so he really needed to get this bomb exploded so he would get his W back up.
Zeka and will unlock that kill for
Bummer.
BDD.
Such a scrappy fight there, but the damage just wasn't there. Zeka was trying to solo kill BDD, but just couldn't do it. And then there was just 2 tanks running at a Zyra. That doesn't work. BDD is now 5-1 on the Lucian. You can't tango with him.
Looks familiar, doesn't it? Anyone remember game 1?
No. Don't
No,
try and
I
make
don't. Sorry.
Yeah. I'd rather forget. But BDD having a pretty good one. And Pioshik, the value he's getting on the Zyra is actually pretty absurd. HLE just kind of keep playing into it. And we'll see a replay of how this panned out. But yeah, so Peanut's like, I've got Pioshik. I need help. Delight's like, I'm coming. But Zeka's busy. And then the Ziggs ult comes in, but the center doesn't hit them. And also, he's not got that much damage yet. And then it just turns into like this super scrappy scenario where you have no way of fighting this.
And in live, Delight has found another member. This time, this looks much better. Life Esports Perfect might consider flashing, but I think at this point, just accept your fate and go down.
Okay, this is better. Now we're seeing...
When was HLE versus KT? A few days ago.
They are up in plates, but not nearly as much plates.
Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday? Thursday?
That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, the biscuit.
The biscuit crumbles, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. We talked about that before, the dessert.
Yeah, I got it.
So BVD, again, nobody can really challenge him. But
Yeah,
the first turret blood did go to Life Esports.
I wonder if...
They're getting Herald as well, and they've got pressure onto tier 2.
Now he has his bloodthirster
Like, HLE actually trading up in this scenario.
to challenge. But they are just...
Them getting Herald is actually really huge, because you can turn that Herald into a satchel play for Ziggs.
Herald with Ziggs, very powerful.
Yeah, that's what Ox is saying, too.
Getting it to the execute range, so they'll secure
Yep.
that. Likely we'll see that used in the mid lane later.
So Herald's a
Now,
really
Zeka
big
gonna
get for Hanwha because of their composition.
You do see KT members looming in the jungle, but
What did I eat for breakfast? I had Greek yogurt with a scoop of protein powder and blueberries and black coffee.
Zeka did overstep.
yeah, not sure there's too much to take away from this situation.
Greek yogurt with protein powder in it is the fucking
And then Doran did the right
meta, guys. Zero fat,
Or he
protein
maybe,
plus
A, like,
protein.
clicking.
Yeah,
Also an
he
option.
also did press Q at a point during that, so
Yeah.
sorry for falsely representing the passage play.
He pressed a decent amount of buttons
How often do I eat rice?
in that
All
one.
the time?
Yeah, gold is basically dead even.
Yeah.
Now, but it's
You got a
Dragon-
Raycon code on you? Hey, Mondi, you got any of those Raycon codes? Sure. We have like Monty Wolf is one, Spike is one.
This is where things are likely to get a little bit messy. It was a very early set of dragons, so sometimes
Summoning is one, I believe, depending on which show you want to support.
a third dragon, it's like, okay, if you lose this one, a Herald, a Baron can go over the other team, but it's still a while before Baron. But emphasis still on securing this dragon, and I think the problem is HLE are struggling to find space in the dragon area. You can see the vision heavily in favor of KT, and when you have a Maokai, you want to control an area, start setting up saplings, Ziggs as well. It's very hard to push into areas Ziggs controls, but they don't control areas right now, which is part of the problem.
They don't have a lot of control over this dragon pit, and HLE esports are not necessarily playing their best League of Legends today. You know, there's been a lot of jokes and a lot of crazy plays, and at the end of the day, HLE esports have kind of been dragged down to KT's level. So I do worry about their team fighting, which in the past has been actually amazing.
Yeah, I don't even feel
kinda
like they're
lost their
playing the
minds.
second best League of Legends. Or
They've lost their minds.
they have kind of, but we'll see.
Fat is they take out the fat and stuff it with sugar?
As well as they keep trying to change
No,
the KT.
not in Greek yogurt. What you talking about, fool? Do you even Greek yogurt?
Value that Yoshi gets is pretty massive. We'll see how they execute in this one. They have a lot of setup. They have the Ziggs, who now has a Horizon focus, the big spike. Looks like Tristan is trying to get something. Doran's coming in on a bit of a flank angle. And now they're going to Herald mid. Herald into satchel threaten they can do to try and get the tower. I think it's a bit too high to immediately execute. But they force KT to respond, so he can't just auto the tower and then satchel it. But now they've got some more control. We do see a ward there. That
Like, if you just eat Greek yogurt that doesn't have added sugar, and then you put whey protein in it, a good whey protein that doesn't use sugar, there's very little sugar, in fact.
Soul point Drake for KT.
Yeah. We'll see what angle they approach here. Both teams, no one really has a flank right now.
Yeah, just
You don't need to, gerbils, you don't need to worry about my diet. I eat plenty of fat.
the Hex Tech
I just don't need it in my yogurt.
for KT.
Yeah.
I can't imagine drinking black coffee every day. Why? Because you don't have taste buds? Black coffee is awesome.
See what angle they approach here. Both teams, no one really has a flank right
You're
now.
just drinking shit
Yeah,
coffee.
just straight up, good old 5-on-5. The pokes coming in. The angle here, pretty good. As now.
Both teams, no one really has a flank right now.
Yeah, just straight up, good old 5-on-5. The pokes coming in. The angle here, pretty good.
Ah, beautiful by Doran. Woo! The exhaust so huge there, actually. Delight living and getting that exhaust off is mega. The minefield on top perfect is too funny.
Just double wombo combo on that fight. HLE end up coming out
Thoughts on
ahead.
Greek yogurt with fruit in it? Just put your own fruit in. I had it with blueberries. It was delicious.
Hero play. That redeemed himself for last game, honestly. We see him stacking up the mega, and he finds this
Peanut is such a Maokai merchant. You take that back.
angle, gets the big
He's also a
with the flash. Actually, I think
poppy
Flash goes
merchant.
first. Yeah, flash cone, flash, and he catches the Lucian mid dash.
Beautiful by Doran, though.
4 people from Viper. Now the MF will, in return, does kind of just one-shot Zeka, even with the exhaust, but then
Delight plays that huge, though. Gets the exhaust, then he gets the triple pulve. Oh,
knocks Kyoshik into the pit, and the cleanup's really good. I mean, that was just Doran and Delight had such an amazing fight.
yeah,
there.
great job by Doran Delight.
And Viper managing to hit 4 people with the Zigzag, pretty huge as well.
Yeah, no, it's
Got to get a
definitely feels
$700
like
coffee maker
sports
for black coffee. Fucking false, Spoons McJerry. So first off, you can spend like $10 and just do a pour over, which is probably the best way to do it. Or you could just get a French press. That's such bullshit.
have remembered that they can do that.
Yeah.
They have the ability. It's very nice to see. It's very refreshing.
70% through game 2 in a series. Good time to remember how to play the game.
Yeah, better late than never. Puts them in a really good spot here in this game. They get the first Hextech Drake. They have the lead now.
Do you eat the entire Greek yogurt container? No, I get it from Costco. So, you know, the Greek yogurt containers are like huge. So, no, I just put it in a bowl.
Value some of those champions do get, especially when everything's layered on top of each other.
Oh, yeah. And also, the cannon, you know, the exhaust, once again, having some massive value against it. Locket also picked up by Peanut. So, a lot of ability to shut that down. Zeka, not the best fight from him. He did kind of just get caught out, but, you know, I don't think it was too much of a concern. But, like, the pop...
Cadril Uber eats his coffee from Starbucks every day. Well, Cadril is a millionaire, so he can afford that.
In that scenario, like, you saw so many people caught in, like, the cannon MF ult, but I'm pretty sure the main people caught in it were Peanut and Delight. And Delight ulted, and Peanut just kind of... I think he might have flashed away or W'd away or something. Yeah. But either way, not the target you really need to get on. And it can be very challenging to connect on both Zeka and Viper.
So now you see HLE Esports trying to set up vision around this Baron here. They are not the ones with the Zyra jungle, but still, I mean, you can do a decent amount of damage. It looks like it's Hunter Baron, so it's going to do a lot of damage, though. So.
You know, I think for Cadril, like, it's actually cheaper for him to Uber Eats his coffee. Like, if you actually do the math as to what his time is worth, if the trade-off to him making coffee is like 5 minutes of more streaming, he probably should do 5 minutes more of streaming and Uber Eats the coffee. Not even joking. Like, that math probably works for him.
Just take damage for free. Definitely always a choice.
It might be that they just got a little bit of vision at right
Now, if I were Cadril, I would just hire myself a full-time personal assistant. But
at that time, so he's trying to bait them into thinking that that's the timing. Oh wow, a satchel used correctly.
Yeah, it's such a powerful ability. You can knock away your opponents and also disengage yourself. Now, Viper pretty low on mana and spamming abilities, so he might need it back pretty soon, but he does have TP. Doesn't have the tier. You definitely can run out of mana on Ziggs if you are completely spamming, but does have mana flow banned and had biscuits, so the mana pool is pretty solid altogether.
Yeah, I do feel like I don't really believe HLE Esports are going to start up this Baron, and I think that KT have kind of accepted that as well. They have some vision down just to make sure, and they're checking every so often, but doesn't feel like the timing for HLE Esports to just go ahead and start a Baron.
No, that would be very poor. They do get blue buff though for Viper, well, for everyone, but namely for Viper, so he's not going to have to recall. And they can really...
whoa, my wife hit 100 months. Who needs a personal assistant when you have a wife? Susie, I'm the one who makes you coffee and cooks all your food for you. So I don't even know what that means.
really start pushing on the back of this and contest some more control. If an engage does come through, like Pioshik still...
Congrats on 100 months. Oh, I meant husband. Yeah, exactly.
And then ult on top. It's not like a kill threat yet, but it's definitely going to really make it hard for them to contest anything.
Yeah, I'm your personal assistant, Susie.
TP coming into mid. This is from Viper. He has done the most damage in the game. Not too surprising as the Ziggs.
Yeah,
he's only died once.
He's gone for Morale Nomicon here. I think Oblivion Orb has decent value into like the MF and the Bloodthirster from the MF. The Blade Ruin King for the Lucian. Like it's decent value having an Oblivion Orb, but full Morale Orb.
On that note, what's for lunch? Yeah, okay. This is what she does, guys. I have to go make her lunch in the middle of my streams.
Well, he's gonna have it for the next
Boo this woman.
I think that's something to mention. It's also 40 seconds until that next Hextech Dragon. Obviously, the first one picked up by HLE Esports, but they want to keep securing these and denying them from KT. It's decent as value as well for their team. Like, ability haste and attack speed on a lot of these members is pretty large. And KT are kind of setting like a trap in the top lane.
Yeah.
And HLE Esports are like, well, We will
Have I ever made kimchi? Yes.
You guys can have
Susie's
compound.
mom showed me how to make kimchi.
Actually, never
Susie's
mind.
mom's kimchi
That's a
recipe
little
is
bit better.
insane, but insanely good.
So
It's very
I
complicated,
guess they were just
but it's
hoping
like the best
someone
kimchi
played
I've ever had.
aggressively to punish
Yeah.
TP, and then they didn't, and now if you look at the map, they have no control over any,
I'm raising your children, sir.
and they're double TPing mid.
You're doing a great job, Susie.
Okay, well, Life Esports haven't started the Drake. I think if Life Esports had the vision we had, maybe they would have just burst down the Dragon.
Yeah.
But as we know, KT, they weren't necessarily in position, but now they are. The Hex Skates will help with that. Barrel going to lose his support item, Cosmic.
Kimchi cooking stream?
Yeah,
Someday.
Oppression.
Oh, they're like, you know what? You guys can have Dragon if you want it so bad. I don't think they
I
have
don't
the
think
fastest
this
Baron.
is a good idea.
But they just banned TPs, so I'm
No, this is a great idea.
They didn't, and now if you look at the map, they have no control over anything at all, and they're double TPing mid to compensate.
Okay, well, Life Esports haven't started.
This is a great idea from Hanwha.
Esports had the vision we had, maybe they would have just burst down the Dragon.
Yeah.
But
Like, whatever, you guys can have your soul point. We'll just take Baron.
Hex Skates will help with that. Barrel going to lose his
Make a play to push in mid lane.
whatever it's called.
Celestial opposition.
Yeah, Cosmic Oppression.
Oh, they're like, you know what? You guys can have Dragon if you want it so bad.
Or they could do this super fast with Ziggs Triss. Like,
But they just banned TPs, so I'm not sure they can get there in time.
oh, they're just two-manning it?
This is very
Ziggs
slow.
not even there.
I mean, they're maybe gonna get it.
Nagano's there to zone.
They're gonna get it.
DPS and Baron. DPS and Baron. They can get it. They can get
Okay,
it.
yep, they'll get it. KT
Great call by Hanwha.
They say, all right, you got it. It's fast enough. And all right, trade of one Hextech Drake for a Baron here for Life Esports, who are hoping to push with this and get a further lead.
Yeah, it makes it very delicate because now you're on soul point for KT. So if HLE ever miss a smite fight and don't end the game, you're dealing with Hextech for the rest of the game, which is a pain. But they're hoping to get a lot of value out of this Baron, and they obviously get golden XP from that. But the tower taking ability of this composition, they should really be taking every tower outside of the base of KT at a minimum. All three inners and that bot lane tier 1, I feel like with the composition they have, that's what you should be aiming for, at a minimum. So we'll see if they're able to pull that off.
Yeah, it's crazy that they get
Obviously,
they
have a
get
3K gold lead right now.
this Baron. It should be just lights out in terms of siege now for Hanwha.
They should be able to take, as you mentioned, a lot of gold off the map here. We do see KT trying to move.
What was the clip where Double Lift Sneaky Medias couldn't understand a paradox or math problem? They couldn't understand the infinite monkey theorem nor the Monty Hall issue, the Monty Hall problem.
Just in case, or for the next turret, if they can push into this one, which they should be able to. We'll see if KT wants to go for any crazy fights or any.
To be fair to Sneaky and Medios, they actually could understand these things. It was Double Lift who couldn't understand them.
There's a lot of decent flank forwards, honestly, that KT have managed to place down. I mean, part of the fact is they were around Dragon when HLE were top, but even like that one towards the Baron can work in a pinch if they push a bit too far. Looks like Life Esports are doing their homework, trying to scout things out. And HLE just continuing that push. Looks like they're going to try and rotate towards top lane maybe for that wave that Doran has. Save mid tier 2 for later. But it's a little bit risky pushing through the jungle in case Pioshik's there waiting with an ult, but they do scout him out. Another wave coming in a second. They should just be able to get this. It's
Do I have a video of you talking about Faker hitting his head? Not yet. We'll talk about that on the shows this week, guys. Obviously, it's fucked up.
Well, there's a Maokai ultimate coming out, and a massive Ziggs ult right onto that front line. Pioshik super low, but he doesn't die. And Doran. There is
What the fuck happens to him here? He's like, Doran's like getting dragged back by Rel. Look at this. He's like getting dragged back by Rel. That looks so weird.
And that will end the Baron push.
I saw the angle for Doran. That looked like the sickest ult you could ever imagine, but just wasn't quite able to get in range and connect on the multiple members. Only really hit Pioshik, and Pioshik was just tanky enough to survive.
That's okay. You get the tier 2, which is where the gold is anyway.
You know the Banshees component thing? I think you might have just bought that now.
The green necklace is what it's called.
And you can see there's a brief moment. I thought there was going to be like this humongous, like when everyone's against the wall. But he's just a little bit late on it. And Pioshik just managed to
Didn't quite time it with the Maokai ult perfectly.
He's gone. Yeah. Actually unable to find it. they obviously got both the outer towers. They got all the outer towers apart from that mid tier 2. A little bit worse than you'd hope. Still a big Baron power play. They're still pretty far ahead in gold. But 1 minute 40 until that dragon, and they have to secure that.
Is Peanut okay? There's a lot of pings coming down, and here comes Perfect. And a TP! They're going to find him in the Krugs, and he had seemingly no idea. Just ran right by Barrel, I believe. Down, and here comes Perfect. And a TP! They're going to find
I got they're like, oh god, it's getting desperate, guys. Everybody just pile on to Peanut at the fucking Krugs.
Barrel, I believe. And now we got a little push coming in from KT.
Wave not so big, and Ziggs has ult, so he could just ult this wave to try and deny it. But it looks like
There it is.
not going to do enough. They're just going to take that tier 2. So overall, you know, Baron was secured for HLE. Looks like there'll be an answer for this tier 2 in the mid lane. Gold lead 3,500. It's still solid for HLE, but the dragon is a looming threat. And now with 55 seconds until dragon, and the game kind of feels like it's all going to come down to this. Yeah, Barrel found a good angle. I feel like people in this Hex Gates are less good at doing their due diligence to like check whether people are in brushes and stuff.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I'm speeding there, I'm Hex Gating. Thank you, Jace from Arcane, and then they turn up and get baited.
Yeah, they say that every time as well. Thank you, Jace from Arcane.
Yeah, it's mandatory.
Just a little shout out. And right after you said that, Perfect actually checked the brush. He's like, hey, you know.
KT once again aggressively pushing in here. They're gonna get some poke onto Delight, but Delight seems not to care very much.
I guess it's just gonna come down to a Hex Tech soul flip.
And KT have this kind of deep ward you can see towards the Krugs here, so definitely potential for an angle there, but maybe it's a bit too far. Doran's just trying to
HLE's done a very good job of sweeping this out.
If KT get the dragon and Honolife Esports cannot end, Honolife Esports could be
Not a
in
good
the wrong spot.
TP, but not a good ward for the TP.
Pyosik, he's got the Banshees. He can just get in, but he's just not going to. Just gonna let that one go. As the call is not to fight for it, as BDD is nearly dead and is just gonna get killed by Zeka. And he can just get in, but he's just not going to.
Deft is stepping up to auto this Alistair. And then he just gets flash W'd, Q'd, exhausted. I mean, Deft is way too close here. Actually does get Viper with the ult. That's pretty funny. Viper's Ziggs has not been great.
All of a sudden, a very split up, messy fight.
And until they didn't. But the takeaway is they got the dragon. Pyosik wasn't able to get into range to secure this one. Too much threat from the Alistair. So they back off. They're trying to focus on his terrible follow-up play.
Yeah, this is a bit rough rather Pyosik alone, but he's so tanky.
Execute solution, ults perfect away, and then we cut it before his terrible follow-up play.
Yeah, this is a bit rough rather Pyosik alone, but he's so tanky actually against Peanut and Delight, and now Barrel's all alone, dying a Doran here as well.
Oh, the Baron?
The Baron's gonna hunt him down. It's sniping him. Yeah, that's...
Oh, it didn't attack one more time.
Baron held back.
All right, little dodge there. Little gallop. Okay, no, he's dead.
I don't even know how that happened, and it's also just hilarious to me that Peanut and Delight, specifically with a 2 to kill Pyosik, when in all the team fights, like, you've been seeing him, like, tank, like, Gnar ults, Ziggs ults and stuff, and then it's just Maokai Alistair, the beatdown crew. The Chuckle Brothers.
Yeah. The thugs. Getting in there. And that's a Baron. Just like that. So, it looks just really weird, but it's really big.
Are winning this game, but they are not particularly inspiring confidence in the way they're doing it. They have a Ziggs though, easy tower takes, they're gonna keep pushing in. KT respawn though, and Tristana and Maokai aren't there, so I think maybe they should just disengage. Definitely disengage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That they did.
Good moves.
Back away. They still have 2.5 minutes on Baron. They just got it, so I think they just want to take that back, spend their money, and then go for their real push.
Yeah, I feel like the first series I feel like was both teams playing at a pretty high level, very competitive. And this series, it just feels like every fight, like they're just desperate for scraps. You know, I don't even know how to describe it. They're like clutching at anything, and the way in which they play out is so manic, least controlled.
It doesn't make any sense.
Considering the caliber of some of these players and the level of play we've seen from them previously in the series. It just feels like this has definitely been an absolute gauntlet for the players so far. And, you know, based on Honor Life Esports winning this game, it's likely we're getting a third game for this series.
Ah, yes.
This one.
Sweating.
Kennen is such a bait pick. Yeah, you know what? I'm a little bit tired of seeing the Kennen right now. It feels like we just never get a good game with the Kennen.
Honor Life Esports are just pushing out. Trade of flashes here, or rather a dash for a flash. And now we got a Jigsaw. The BDD nearly dies. He didn't have another dash after that one. Meanwhile, Beryl gonna find and engage, and there you go. The MF ult's gonna be thrown on top.
MF both Zyra ult combo, super nasty. All right, so they do actually manage to make it chaotic enough to like scrape by with a couple of these. Oh, he didn't have W up.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's not super minions at the bottom. They're coming later, but either way, HLE now defending mid. You know, they lost that last engagement, apparently. KT found a nice engage on a Viper Delight.
Peanut throws an ult. He's not even there. He's just doing the wolves. Like, he's
Scrapping. For the angle, Doran just can't, you know.
Oh, no.
I'm done talking about it. Let's go back to live.
All right. No, let's not.
Let's keep focused.
Just kidding.
Yeah, they're just scrapping. They're always scrapping. And then they're trying to rotate, and Beryl finds this big engage in the MF ult. And HLE just...
Zeko autos one time, and then Rocket jumps out.
Yeah.
You didn't need to go that way. Ziggs can even just go and satchel himself over the wall to Wolves. Very unnecessary. Anyway, whatever. We're Dragon in 13 seconds. Would be sold for KT. HLE are set up on the objective. They have a bit of control. They're throwing down saplings trying to... We do see the TB come in from Perfect, but it's not really on a flank angle. And now Delight looking for the blast cone engage angle. Let's see what he can do.
If he goes left, he might find it. Barrel's looking for the engage himself. That's only Peanut. That gets it.
Doran with the same play again. Holy shit! It's actually just the same play.
Engage angle. Let's see what he can do.
If he goes left, he might find it. Barrel
They're trying to flip this so hard.
looking for the engage.
Joshik's walking up. He actually gets delayed though by the Ziggs minefield. So he does smite it though.
Blast cone engage angle. Let's see what he can do.
If he goes left, he might find it. Barrel's looking.
He does smite it. It's right there. That's his smite. That's Bioshik's smite. He almost gets it. Oh, they stole it. Great play, actually. But they were focusing so much on the steal that it's actually just the same play that we saw earlier.
Let's see what he can do.
If he goes left, he might find it. Barrel's looking for the engage himself. That's
Same angle.
Perfect timing on the Mega.
Game's over. You don't survive. You don't recover from this versus Trist Ziggs at 35 minutes. The timing on that fucking Meganar was so crazy.
To allow Perfect to solo clear the waves and stop the game from ending.
He's still got ult and flash, but I don't think it's going to make a difference here. HLE clean up the fight, but he... Oh, yeah, Perfect.
Well,
Do anything.
He should try,
Just get your damage numbers up.
right? I mean, like,
You have Zhonya's. Convince them, bait them to dive you.
press the buttons. Okay, well, they're actually diving in. Delight's dead. Yeah, this is just about the perfect way to finish game 2, as Honor Life Esports will win it, and we will go.
All right, I need to go make my wife some food.
Yeah, I
Apparently.
can vote for my POG. A lot of thoughts on that one.
Dorn, easy.
I think...
Or Delight. I mean,
I'll be back in just a couple. I'm just gonna heat up some leftovers. All right. We're back. We're back, baby. I made some leftovers. See? So, this is some skirt steak that I marinated in like a bulgogi marinade with sesame oil, a little bit of sugar, soy sauce, garlic. And then there's kimchi, purple rice. These are mushrooms, quail eggs. Just a little rice bowl, you know?
Take your pick. It's one of those two.
Yeah. Well, I just feel like even though Honor Life Esports bounced back, I think their comp was good. I think it made sense. They obviously won. It wasn't as bad as game 1. I'm not convinced. I think we need some more convincing in game 3. KT, I give a complete pass. They've had a rough season so far. Game 1 was really good for them. Game 2 was scrappy, sure. But they have looked decent in this series. Pioshik doing monster amounts of damage. But
Yeah, KT has looked pretty good in this series, actually.
All over the place. You know, this is the team who are like, this pick Ivan.
Never saw quail eggs in bibimbap. It's not bibimbap. It's just, it's a bunch of banchan, which are like Korean side dishes. So what's great here is that in my apartment complex, there's like a banchan store. So you go and buy all the banchan, like fresh vegetables and stuff. And then I just make some rice and, you know, marinate some meat, cook up the meat. It's just like, basically, normally you would just have a bowl of rice and the meat and then all the banchan, but I just put it all in one bowl because I have to eat it on stream, guys. I have to eat it on stream. So usually these would just be in their own little side dishes, right?
Just whips it out. Complete confidence from Pioshik here. Puts a lot of value on these AD carry picks. And PDD has been pretty strong on them in both games, getting a ton of kills on both the Lucian and the Corki. So definitely some value there. And the question is, what do Honor Life Esports want to pick up in trade? Certainly not the Shyvana they picked last time.
It might be.
It won't be. They are not picking Shyvana. Tristano again for Zeka. Got caught out fed way too many times, I feel like, in the last game. But does not want to give over Tristana Ivan to KT.
I feel like the common pick is just brands.
Any 20th century authors you really enjoy? Fuck yeah, tons.
Nor is it blind to Kali top. But Fiddlesticks?
My main man, Cormac
What did I
McCarthy.
say? There it is.
Oh no.
Nor is it
Really?
blind to Kali top.
So we're responding to Ivern first pick with fucking Trist Shyvana?
You know, even
That's
last
our
year, Pioshik
response?
offered The Shyvana, he was like joking about it.
So BDD's just gonna play Corky, right?
Okay.
Yep.
He
Force out a top
And we're gonna blind the Gnar, and we're just gonna play Cassante. No, we're playing Aatrox. We're doing it, guys.
Esports are really erring on the side of not stability. You know, like they're doing everything we didn't.
similar situation where the top side's been picked. And of course,
All right, we're picking Jin for setup.
Composition
Great.
feels
Jin Leona.
standard, I would say. The Jin
Very kind of low damage composition for KT. Good for creating picks, though. Lots of crowd control.
I don't think there's anything too crazy there. Honor Life Esports going to go with the Alistair. Yeah, so
Unremarkable, really.
I feel like it's unfair.
This is
that
such a weird
drafts
game.
Because I just see
Again, there's almost no engage on Hanwha outside of the committed engage from Delight's Alistair.
I feel uncomfortable.
I fucking hate this
think
Shyvana, man.
Shyvana is going to do nearly much as a Brand would do into the Ivern.
Really?
Obviously,
What
I haven't seen a lot of Ivern versus Shyvana recently, but I just feel like, you know, she does burst. Yeah, she can kind of like dive into the brushes, but that's also dangerous.
One of the main differences between Shyvana and Brand is with Brand, you can just press ER and you can't miss them.
Yeah.
And
Like, I just don't understand what the Shyvana is supposed to do.
I didn't think it was possible. You can miss Shyvana E's.
Yeah.
It's not only possible, apparently probable. So, you know, if you just keep missing them, they don't do any damage when they miss. You can miss Shyvana
That
E's.
sign says
It's
AD carry God Viper.
not only possible, apparently probable. So, you know, if you just keep missing them, they don't do any damage when they miss. That's how the
They don't deal damage, and also, you know, everybody's grouped up. I guess that's the idea, right? You hit an AoE, and you're feeling pretty good because everybody's in the brushes. I don't necessarily think it's going to work out as well, but Peanut's really attached to the Shyvana. He's going to give it another go. Let's see what happens. We got game 3 on the cards. Let's jump onto the Rift right now.
KT Peanut wanted to experiment, right? Yep. Shyvana is the experimenting with butt stuff of League of Legends these days.
Here we go, game 3 for KT versus Alma Life Esports. By the way, nobody predicted KT in this series. Very different from our first.
When are we getting baseball girls for League? Hell yeah. When are we getting the Korean baseball girls for League? They had them actually at the T1 homestand. They did have them there.
The only one here on the global side. And
no one voted KT.
Nobody went for KT,
Which, you know,
mistake.
That's when they're powerful.
Yeah.
Which is what we've seen. And, you know, I think that comp, as I said, pretty straightforward. I will say one of the concerns is sometimes Jhin into Alistar can feel a bit frustrating because if you ult and he has his ult, you can just soak up so much of it. But for the most part, I feel like what they've picked should...
That's how we save the LCS, Korean baseball girls.
Could see HLE having pressure in lanes, though. MF are very
Mark
strong
Z
lane
hasn't
defense.
cooked hard enough.
Even though Alistar's a little bit more absent, but against Leona, not so much. Tristana, we'll see what
The thing is, Riot can't do that because they already have issues with their female employees and lawsuits. So they literally, Riot can't, even though I don't think it's misogynistic, they can't do anything that might be accuse them of anything remotely misogynistic.
I think HLE need to really find a bit of an edge, it would feel.
Viper has not lost on the MF for the 2 games he's played. Once again, Delight is on a 22-game.
What's so funny about Riot is like,
yeah, pretty solid.
I mean, many things, but they had to make a choice, right, guys? Which is like, they could either fire somebody and behave like a normal company, or they could fire no people and just be terrified of anyone making accusations until the end of time. And that's what they chose. You see, I would have just fired somebody and said, this person is responsible for the misogynistic culture. That way I wouldn't have to just live in perpetual fear of anyone saying anything forever.
Got a bit of an edge so far in the early lane. Zenithblade just misses Viper being able to dodge away from that one.
If that hit, though, I feel like...
You feel like Delight would just headbutt Barrel and power? Yeah, probably.
He'd just stomp the ground, or hit the ground with his big hands, and then he'd just headbutt him in the turret.
Sometimes you throw a Zenithblade, and you're not really thinking about what's going to happen. You're just trying to see if you can.
Yeah.
Right? Barrel, he was asking...
But really the answer is we can't have baseball girls because no executives at Riot got fired. That is actually the answer.
Pretty close. It looks like maybe he could have...
Yeah.
Here comes Koshik, level 4.
Yeah, well, they're going to try and pressure Peanut. Peanut can just smite this and get out. And it's not cleared his full jungle, but will be kind of denied away from the Scuttle Crab. And so KT might just try and get a double Scuttle here, potentially. I don't think there's much else for Pyoshik to do. Looks like he will recall now, actually.
Yeah, he smited it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult for
Yeah, difficult for Ivan. I guess maybe in theory you could like set up the bottom scuttle, run top, and smite it, and then run back. But
Yeah,
I don't think it's really realistic. So
it's a lot of time.
will be the single scuttle, and Peanut will pick up that one.
Same reason we probably can't have Riot-sponsored VTubers. That just depends on the amount of jiggle physics
And for now, things are
on the
very
VTuber.
quiet here in the beginning of the game. I'm
You got to
somewhat
turn the jiggle physics down to
a bit
0, then it's
fearful
probably fine.
As for what is going to happen,
Who's gonna start acting wacky first?
yeah. KT really does just, for some reason, when nobody expects them to win, they just win.
Yeah,
And
and when
Koshi-
everyone
Maybe it's because Hanwha keeps playing Shyvana.
they lose.
They lose. Here's perfect. He's only level 5, so a bit of damage is coming in, but Pyosik is going to force the flash.
Yeah, perfect. Winning that pretty hard before Keshik even turned up, and then that was just the icing on the cake to secure the flash. Doran being put on the back foot in this matchup so far. And we see mid lane as well, BDD having the edge. Although Zeka should pick up a decent amount of farm on the back of this wave. Not sure if he'll fully match the CS. We've seen that bot as well. Viper down and farm.
BDD actually having a very good series, too.
By about 7. Well, 7 if Viper gets all these CS. Zeka did get
At least his game 1 was very good.
Looks like he's fine.
Yeah, pretty calm. Nobody's bought
Zeka's struggling on this fucking Tristana, though.
A lot of different champs could. Peanut gonna steal away this prepped wolf camp.
Devastating.
Feels bad, Ivern.
He's about to come back and pick it up.
Oh no.
His friends are gone. Devastating.
Yeah.
He had the smite
Ivern just watched his friends be murdered before he freed them. Why does Ivern's really just an asshole? You know, he waits to actually free the jungle camps instead of just freeing them immediately.
Yeah, he's Val.
He like promises them their freedom if they do things for him.
He's not gonna flash into that
And
one,
sometimes they just die before he can free them.
a huge chunk already.
Peanut demonstrating the walk strategy there.
Wow.
As did
Zeka.
Zeka.
Whoa, Zeka dodges 2 skill shots with 1 juke.
Pirouette.
Incredible.
Very slow. No boots. No run.
No boots, but still has the moves.
Yeah.
No.
I'm a little bit concerned about Doran's Aatrox.
Yeah.
I do have some small concerns.
You know, Beryl keeps throwing these Zenith blades, and they're so close to hitting.
Yeah.
Just a little bit away.
We saw this before. Pyosik and Barrel trying to invade on the ground.
Yeah. But they won't get it. And Peanut, you know, this is expected for Shyvana. You just kind of farm to get to that level 6 point. I'm not sure how. He's actually very close. If he goes towards the top side, you could probably get out of just 1 grub, and then you're in a much better position to fight off the rest of them. He might just grab it on the Raptors on the way, though. Maybe that's perhaps safer than going on Grub's level 5. BDD is very low on mana, though. Does have biscuits to use, and actually I think Zeka caught off guard. He's just tankling the entire Gatling gun.
Yeah. I mean, he does clear the wave, but Ivern's there, and
Uses a shield to block the charge, and now Peanut's level 6. Okay, now he's like, it's go time. I'm ready to
Alright.
rumble.
Do you think you would ever do a 4-play on books?
Pyosik
Yeah, when I have fucking time to read a book a week, dude.
But here's Ivern. Here comes Peanut. Over the wall, looking for the E. He's gonna hit this one, but there is an Ivern there.
Okay.
So he's totally fine.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna get some pressure mid so I can go do the grubs by hitting 1E.
I feel like we're casting this whole thing
He
with
has
just
to-
like sussed.
I am so suspicious of that. But now he's just left, and
the whole time.
his dragon forms run out.
I can't believe that.
What the
this
fuck
could
is going on
happen.
with this
Like,
Shyvana
I
pick,
don't
dude? It
know,
looks
it's
so
weird.
useless.
He ulted to land 1E.
Yeah. I mean, it is level 6 or Shyvana. The other jungle camp that starts with S, and by camp I mean champ.
At least he stacks it up again quickly, but it definitely, I expected more, you know? From the Shyvana ult and also from both of the, well no, from Hunter Live Esports.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the farm pace has been good from the Shyvana, yet to be convinced. Still needs work. I haven't seen anything that's changed my opinion yet.
I think it's gonna look great.
All right, here we go.
But I
Dive
don't know if
time.
they get ahead. This ooh, the flash root is gonna come
Beautiful.
in. That's gonna mean perfect and just hop on in. But do they have the damage? One more auto would do it. There you go. First blood.
It's all right. Peanut's just doing grubs. It's fine.
I was just about to
Shyvana's
say that
good.
Doran really needs help on his counter pick Aatrox into Gnar.
Yeah, what the fuck is he doing with this Aatrox? This they chose this.
I need to stop saying that. Perfect timing, because Perfect, he went to mini just as...
He's gonna have to dragon over the wall.
I needed a bit more damage to
Nope.
finish off. Was able to proc the passive, the hyper.
Oh, this time he's just gonna flash insta-cleanse from Viper.
Yep.
And the headbutt comes in. Meanwhile, just an ult for good measure. Bit of damage.
Bit of damage at a deft, yeah, I guess.
Harass.
Zoning ult, I think is what we call those.
Yeah.
Peanut's gonna steal away some camps again. He's just doing his
He's
thing.
getting a pretty decent
I haven't
jungle
tried the
gold
dragon yet,
lead,
which is
but
surprising. Based on my experience of seeing Shyvana in the LCK, which was one game earlier today, have to start Dragon as soon as possible because it gives you the extra armor and magic resist. So I'm very surprised Peanut didn't immediately start Dragon.
What were you doing in 2020, Ox?
In 2020?
Yeah, when KT Bono was playing against Shyvana, DRX Pioshik picked it up.
I was probably asleep. Back in EU, you know, when it was the early series.
It's a decent time zone for you. You just gotta wake up early.
Yeah, in 2020 I was not waking up early, I'll tell you that much.
I see.
Yeah, I had the very degen schedule.
Nice.
It's the life I lived.
That's the last time we saw the Shyvana before Peanut played it earlier today.
Yeah. And obviously, that also lost, you know.
Yeah.
It lost today. We'll see if it can do better now. So far, it's just been farming. Doran is also losing in the top lane. And you may think, well, when people are struggling in a lane matchup, you normally...
what the fuck is Shyvana supposed to do, guys? It's like she has gold and then does nothing with it.
Well, I mean...
She's like a dragon, hoarding gold and doing nothing with it. She can't even spend it. She's a fucking dragon. Why do dragons love gold?
Totally fine. I mean,
They can't even buy things. What the fuck does a dragon buy?
And this will obviously take some of the pressure away from Doran, who...
What was Smaug doing sitting on that fucking mountain of gold? What was the point of that?
As you mentioned, the dragon goes the way of KT. It's an early Ocean Drake, which is going to feel very nice. Help to solidify some of those lane leads they already have. And it's also going to deny it from Shyvana.
Yeah, that's the main thing. You know, the compulsion Shyvana players have to do dragon. Peanut is fighting it off with his life in this one.
Yeah.
Ocean, Chemtech, first two dragons. That is such a high roll for KT with the dragons on lock. Oh,
Yeah.
the light is getting stuck.
Warren Buffett doesn't buy squat either, but he still wants his money. Yeah, that's because Warren Buffett is just playing a video game where his high score is his bank account number, which is kind of funny, honestly.
Off ultimates between the two, but it's been a very slow early game from both teams. Feels like they're trying to be a bit more patient.
But the thing is, the reason why that's satisfying is because everybody knows Warren Buffett's high score. Nobody knows Smaug's high score.
Going to the coaching
Nobody
room,
knows how much
doing
gold
the
he
guys,
has.
You just need to chill out.
So what's the point?
Please, all of you. It was like a collective coaching session.
All of the coaches got together during the
they
game
sat
from
the
both
teams down and
teams.
said, guys, just calm down, please.
We can't take this anymore.
Like, and there's no status that comes. It's not like Smaug is like, hey, lady dragons, look at my horde.
How is Doran just getting 2 free plates in
He's not inviting other dragons over for a party so they can see his horde. He's literally just sitting in there by himself. What's the point?
Bot lane when Perfect wasn't there and gets a couple of plates, which is a nice influx of gold for an Aatrox who was behind. You know.
Meanwhile, yeah, Barrel's in here. Doran in a bit of, actually a lot of trouble. He does have flash.
Peanut's like, I'm doing Grump. Handle it on your own.
He threw an E there. Okay, he's helping.
The love of the game? There is no game. That's the point. There is no game. It's not like he's getting more gold. He's just sitting on the gold that already exists.
In a bit of, actually a lot of trouble. He does have flash.
Peanut's like, I'm doing Grump. You know.
It's not a game.
Yeah, Barrel's in here.
He's not even acquiring more gold.
Doran in a bit of, actually a lot of trouble. He does have flash.
Peanut's like, I'm doing Grump. Handle it on your own.
He threw an E there. Okay, he's helping. Wait, no, okay.
I'm going to Google this. Why do dragons love gold? That's stupid. It says, well, the top hits, it represents abundance and serves as a measure of success. Yeah, that only works if they're showing off their gold. I think that's stupid.
Okay, perfect. Just gonna take that kill.
Why are we staring at a middle-aged man watching a children's sorcery game on YouTube, talking about a children's book? We can go deeper.
Yeah, ends up disengaging pretty safely. The light trading flashes there with the enemy mid laner. It's not the unbreakable will, but is posturing very aggressively. Yeah, I love how I said, like, you know, Shyvana's not going to help you out if you're, like, having a bad time in lane. He's literally dying right there, and Peanut's like, no, I'm doing Grump.
Yeah. All right, redemption here for Doran. Not the item, but perhaps.
I don't think you needed the barrier and flash, but it's okay.
He is Jin, so I understand the propensity to think that you're always dying. So he does just barrier and flash away. Meanwhile, Kate's here getting big value in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Grub's in favor of Fun Life Esports, but they are losing some plate spot. Not enough, and the light will come here to mitigate. So it looks like overall, HLE having a pretty good time. You can see...
This is really just about Peanut, like, flame horizoning for no reason.
The minions here. It's now 5 Grubs to 1 in favor of HLE.
Yeah, and a pretty sleepy early game. I think the biggest issue for HLE is very obviously the top lane. The Aatrox really not having much value yet at all. We'll see what kind of flanks they can get. So far, flanks in the series are fake. Yeah. They don't exist.
They're not real.
Running head first into your opponents is more...
Yes, face checking the brush while Nara's mega. Very good.
I just find it so funny. Peanut's like...
Dolan!
And then just runs away. Just like, fires a little fireball out. Like...
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Doran, I'm probably yelling at Peanut, like, do not come in here. Right? Like, I am so dead. Do not do anything. So...
You have to test the waters with a little fireball.
Yeah.
See, like, if that fireball had one-shot barrel, I think Peanut might have been like, okay, I'm ready to fight.
Yes, I'm looking forward to House of the Dragon, a show where dragons make sense and don't just hoard gold for no reason.
I really like big numbers here in the LCK, and once this turret plating graphic goes away, take a look at Shyvana's farm number.
That's pretty big.
Big, large numbers.
Yeah, there is a problem, though. What does Shyvana like to do?
Farm.
Poke, right?
Oh.
And look at the item he has on the other side.
Unbreakable will, gone. There's a Leona nearby.
Redemption. Yeah, it's pretty shit into a lot of shields. Like, Leona Ivern feels bad.
But as I was saying, when Ivern has a redemption, you know, the poke definitely might not hit as hard. That being said, Peanut is level 11, has been kind of uncontested, close to the highest farm in the game. He is going to be strong.
You know why Brand is also better than Shyvana?
Why?
Because you just build Oblivion Orb and it stays on them for about 8 years.
That is true.
So when you're trying to redemption, it's like, well, okay, there's still anti-healing on him.
Yeah, but Shyvana's a cool dragon and Brand's just a burning man, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
There is a big difference in levels of cool.
Isn't Game of Thrones the shows that had light cavalry charge into a massive enemy while the rest of the army watched get slaughtered and the rest of the army decided it was time to fight? Yep. It was genius. They also had their artillery outside the walls of a castle. So they put all their catapults on the outside like geniuses.
Yep.
Look at the number.
Big number difference.
House of the Dragon, it's really good.
This could be it. Peanut's time to get a dragon.
It's better than Game of Thrones.
Extra resists.
He's so ready. Look at him.
Ready and waiting.
Look at the zoom in.
He's dialed in.
Oh,
come on.
yeah.
Come here. Look at that. 83 armor and 80 MR.
Spotted.
And then watch. It's about to happen. Are you ready?
Strong is so dialed in too.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
+5, baby.
+5.
+5 in... By the way, it's not +5 to just one of them.
She also did more damage to it.
Armor and MR.
Oh, he almost broke the shield.
Well, there was a second shield.
He almost did it.
Yeah. But like it exploded.
Now he only has Spear Shojin right now. So.
Yeah, he's not doing that much AP damage.
Soon. We're ready.
We're waiting.
Yeah.
There is a point in the game where the Shyvana will, in theory, do damage. And we will hopefully approach that point for Peanut's sake. But he did get +5 armor and MR, and I feel like that's a big talking point.
You know who doesn't? Is Brand.
Oh,
Brand doesn't have that mechanic with the dragons.
Yeah, he doesn't get the free armor and MR.
Dude, he's gonna flame Horizon Pioshik, and it's not gonna matter because he's fucking Shyvana.
Cool, as Shyvana's mechanic, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's a big selling point for me, honestly.
Yeah.
I think, and now you see Peanut running about having a great time.
Yeah. You know, I like the circles that Brand has, but Shyvana also has circles.
Yeah.
Right?
Also, Shyvana E and Brand Q is basically different impact. The human form E, but they kind of look the same, you know?
Yeah. Kind of.
Except Brand stuff.
Fireball.
Shyvana does nothing until she's ulted.
All right, here it comes. Level 11.
Time.
Okay.
Shyvana impact.
Wow, you know, this Shyvana really did a lot.
I really do feel like both coaches, like,
Super good.
sat 'em down
Super good
and were like,
Shyvana. She got
"No,
some grubs.
you're not gonna
She
play
got
with that
one
game.
Drake
It's not
and
happening every
80
time."
more farm. And now's the time, guys.
Hit a minion.
The Shyvana's coming to life. 18 minutes into this game, it's Shyvana's time to shine. Here comes the peanut carry, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's the main takeaway. It could be wackier than this.
They did
That
show
was
the gold
funny.
totals, and I know we saw the minion farm totals, but after seeing the gold totals, Peanut almost has as much gold as.
That's a good point, Gerbils. If he built tank this game, he would probably be good because KT has a very low damage composition, and if you just build armor, you probably win this game.
Yes.
But he's not gonna do that. He's just gonna build. He's gonna build Shojin's Leandries again.
Flanking but never shows up.
Peanut has to be sitting on a ton of gold, right? Well, we assume because he's a dragon.
Another question towards you,
Yes.
Brendan.
He's almost done with Leandries.
Is fed
Turns out he had an amp tome, and now he
E
has Haunting Guys and Faded Ashes.
The answer is no, unfortunately.
So that's the thing we have to concern ourselves with.
I thought he was going to go back and buy a full Leandries, but he only bought a couple of components.
First Shojin is pretty expensive.
Yeah. Barrel's just like, okay, I've had enough. I am getting.
He was like, I'm almost at Leandries, guys. It's almost my time.
3 levels down. Okay, I'm ready to say it. If we don't see the Shyvana have an impact and carry, I think
It's useless, yes.
Well, not Peanut's cooked, but the pick is cooked for Peanut.
Yeah.
There's no other way to spin it. This is the best case scenario. You have double the enemy jungler CS basically.
Yep.
You are monster fed. You're a couple of levels up. You got the 5.
He got an extra CS.
Extra CS, 5 extra MR,
Oh,
and
another one?
an armor from the.
Yeah.
I want to see this dragon do something. Any second now.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really had a fight at all. It's Infernal Soul. Again, we've been really blessed with the Drakes today.
Yeah, this is one of the problems though, because you see Pyoshik has 2 items. I think this is a pretty good combo at
Yeah.
stopping poke damage.
It is. And so are the shields that get stronger as well.
Yeah.
And, yeah. They didn't get the Chemtech.
Why go Leandries? That bit of AP doesn't matter because you want to poke people with your E, probably.
Oh, the ward's just outside of range of the control ward. That's pixel perfect.
Yeah.
Some good warding.
Keep saying perfect.
Good job, Delay. Yeah. I feel like the problem is we said it a lot ironically in this series, or well, sarcastically, but we've also said it seriously. And there's also a player called Perfect. It's been like a triple whammy.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Yeah, I don't.
It's also game 6 of the day, you know, it's kind of getting late. I wonder if that's what happened to Doran as well.
That started in game 4, you know? There's no excuse for that. Yeah, Doran with the redemption arc. Game 2 POG into not so hot. He nearly killed that control board though. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he doesn't do well into the Gnar.
He's also 2,000 gold down. I don't think anyone does good in the Gnar.
And he's not good into the Corki either. So he's kind of just catching waves. And
If you
he's
try and lane against Barrel, I think you'd probably do okay in that matchup.
oh, there's a route to come down. But both of these teams have sworn off engaging in game 3. So they say, yeah, we got a decent route, but we're not going to go that deep. That's risky.
Maybe both the coaches were like, okay, don't engage in stupid fights. Let the other team int into you. They're just both waiting.
Oh, perfect counter. Okay, we're just going to hop into the enemy team, but it is Meganar. That's only an ult on a Peanut. That's not great.
Peanut, he ults it and then has to flash out. It's okay. He hit Deft with his E. Oh, he's dead. Goodbye, goodbye, all that gold.
Pretty low. Doesn't matter. Redemption comes in, and now Doran on this Aatrox trying to do some damage.
Deft is Melee's Jhin.
But a couple of kills now for Deft, who is just untouched in this fight, and now Doran finally. And now
What is Zeka doing these last two games? He's autoing barrel.
gonna adapt. Oh, he's dead.
He's autoing the whole time, but he can't actually kill anybody because he's shooting a Leona with Aftershock and W.
Perfect pretty low. Doesn't matter. Redemption comes in, and now Doran on this Aatrox trying to do some damage. He is.
Love melee deft.
Will go Peanut and Delight also gonna go in, but perfect pretty low. Doesn't matter. Redemption comes in, and now Doran on.
I like how Barrel lives through all of that damage from Zeka, gets in melee range, and just stuns him.
Who is just untouched in this fight. Doesn't matter. Redemption comes and wait for it.
Like, you have to leave the Leona alone while Eclipse and Aftershock are procced.
Down will go
It doesn't do anything.
Delight also gonna go in.
Also, he W's next to Perfect and then just gets bopped by Barrel.
Huge. Gonna knock an adapt. Oh, he's
Barrel doesn't get hit by MF ult either, which is really huge. So he's able just to walk into the back.
pretty low. Doesn't matter. Redemption
Flash,
comes in,
Q,
and now
dead.
Doran
Nice play by Barrel, honestly.
trying to do some damage. He is in that front line, but a couple of kills now for Deft, who is just untouched in this fight, and now Doran finally goes down. And
Still
he
has
uses
Jin
the
ult up
Eli
too,
Cleanse
forces
on the flow here from
cleanse on the
Again,
slow.
But that's a one fight to KT Rolster.
Redemption value there, absolutely massive for KT. They managed to hang through and clean up. And now, second dragon going over to them. We'll see, you know, it's not the greatest start from Perfect here. Hops in, only gets to get engaged off.
Why? He absorbs every cooldown, flashes out, and then CC's Peanut. So Peanut is basically auto space this entire fight, and Peanut does nothing. He literally does nothing with all his gold. He E's one time onto Deft. That's it. That's all he does.
Everyone tries to get in it. It's like 4 members getting about 400 HP. It's the difference between Pioshik surviving for a bit longer here, so Vipe has to finish him off. It's a difference between Perfect actually ending up living here. It made such a big difference in this fight.
Yeah.
Whereas the Shyvana, you know, double the CS, I don't even, you know, nothing. Nothing, I'm not convinced. We said you had to do a lot to convince us. That was not it. And now, KT are like, let's just start the Baron.
Yeah, I mean,
Time to throw, remember game 1?
yeah, they're gonna remember that, and now they're just gonna engage on Alistair, who
Okay.
presses R.
They're learning.
Peanut, he's got an ult available. Nice sidestep from Viper. He really wants to.
KT can absolutely just play for Soul. That's the thing.
I think that's enough. That's enough for you to start a Baron.
Yeah.
Wait, they kill Zeka? How?
Going out with no setup. It's only a slight goal lead for KT.
Oh, Zeka's gonna kill a ward,
Significant enough lead to start
and
the
then
Baron.
auto, and then get
Root here. Oh,
W.
Zeka.
Oh my
It's only
god.
a slight goal lead for KT.
Zeka kills the ward, so Gnar comes over, autos him, which sets up the possibility of a Jin W.
Baron, but the
Then he gets Jin W'd because he hates using his own W, and then he gets EQ stun dead.
He is just omega.
Zeka, holy shit, what a bad series from him.
I think that's enough. That's enough for you to start a Baron.
Yeah.
We see Delight has no ult, remember, but he is trying to find an angle on the flank.
Mega.
It's only a slight goal lead for KT. This is the time, they're all in the pit. This is perfect Shyvana angle.
There's just no way. I mean, KT, like, yeah, they'd like to group around these rushes, but they've got them split up. Perfect is going to get engaged on, and now we got the wombo combo coming in. Pioshik goes down. But
All right, finally the Shyvana does something. Okay.
They'd like to group around these rushes, but they've got them split up. Perfect is going to get engaged on.
That's actually a huge engage by Shyvana.
The wombo combo coming in. Pioshik goes down, but so does Doran
Plus Delight there.
Viper's dead. And in the fight before, it's looking pretty good for the side.
Deft lives. Oh my god, doesn't actually get killed by Leandries.
Lands the shot on the Peanut, keeps him slowed. Will miss the 4th shot, but Perfect.
Doesn't matter, there's 4 shots, it zones him back into Perfect.
Only Delight left up. As KT rolls through, they say, we don't need the Baron. We'll just take the fight.
Yeah, they'll just pick up Delight on the back end. They can't really do Baron right now with Pioshik dead. They'll just chase down the Alistair. Delight, not much you can do.
Oh, BDD.
BDD can get the kill. Woohoo! So, Shyvana, it looked better this fight, and yet it didn't do anything. Zeka. No.
Well, it almost killed Jin.
Auto, and then he gets rooted by Jin.
Yeah, and then here, you get this huge engage from Delight. Look at the massive knock-up into Shyvana, into the MF ult. Only Pyosik dies, and then he redemptions Death, and that allows Death to survive with some dodging, dipping, and a bit of healing. So, with that, I think you can safely say, I mean, I know it's about the poke, right, the Shyvana,
Doing Baron.
but that engage looked huge value, and they killed one person.
Yeah, I mean, they were down a member. They didn't have their Tristana, which certainly did make a big impact, but it still means that KT Rolster will move ahead, and we're going to have a chance where nobody predicts the winner of the series. Doesn't happen very often. Now, KT haven't won this yet, but they are in prime position now to take down a bunch of these turrets. They're barreling down the mid lane.
Yeah, oh, look at that from Peanut. No, not convinced still.
Yeah, again, the issue is like, okay, you're not really breaking into these brushes.
Good thing Peanut just he got that flame horizon on the Ivern, really showing his value. The Shyvana.
Keep it applied for a while. They just keep Redemption out healing all the damage you've done in a fight with Redemption Moonstone. It keeps happening. They got red buff though.
Yeah. They did get their red buff, but they... Okay, Peanut's going to kill a ward. Meanwhile, the mid-tier 2 is going down. I'm not sure if they would have been able to really stop that.
Yeah, top tier 2 probably going to go down in a second as well. It's very low. Oh, Peanut's looking for an angle.
What about the Infernal Drake?
Yeah. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Yeah, Delight to support. No one blocks for him. Oh, but he hit Neon Barrel again.
He did.
Getting the damage pumped up with those E's. Jin being pretty useful here. We found a champion more useless than Jin, and it's Shyvana. Ooh. Yeah. No one even... Everyone's like, nah, you good, bro. You tank this one.
Yeah.
Shyvana might be too dedicated to the game. Yeah, the gold hoarding is, see, it's pointless. She's got a great high score,
You're probably dead anyway.
but
Perfect's a little bit caught. He just lost his
she's not doing anything besides playing the gold hoarding game.
Redemption, and he just ignores it.
He walks out of it. Pyoshik's like, bro, you know how long a cooldown that is? And then you look at his inventory and you realize it's not actually that long. So
I just used this on you.
yeah,
You just ran out of it.
yeah. It was a zoning redemption.
Oh no. Wait.
Oh,
Wait, what? Peanut. Yeah,
Bye.
he's just dead. He didn't have any vision. He's like, no, I gotta do the Raptors again. He's addicted
Dude,
to
his
farming.
dedication to the gold hoarding game got him killed. Just like Smaug, man.
for this.
You know, if Smaug hadn't told, if he had just given the Arkenstone back, dude, he would have lived. They didn't even want all that fucking gold. They just wanted the Arkenstone.
Zeka has to hop away. And do they just end the game here?
Yes, please. Seen enough Shyvana for the whole split. I think this.
All right, this is just some fucking trolling by HLE, guys. I don't believe HLE's this bad. I think they were just happy gaming versus KT.
KT with a very significant lead right now, looking to close this one out.
The Raptors were Peanuts Arkenstone.
Just in case you thought game one was a fluke, very clearly it was not. Shyvana just doesn't work. You know, like, you know in spring, how KT beat Gen G twice?
Yeah.
And it's because they let them get Senna Nautilus 2 games and it was super broken. This is like similar, except instead of KT picking Senna Nautilus, it was Peanut picking Shyvana for 2 games. It's the opposite effect.
Yeah.
Viper trying. He's like, I won't let them end the game, guys. I'll do my best. But unfortunately, KT just willing to flash onto him. We do see Beryl go down in return.
Yeah. He didn't have solar flare, so just had to get his body in there.
Oh, and look, Yoshik has more items now than Peanut, because Peanut's items are expensive.
Yeah.
And Yoshik's items are cheap.
Didn't we have a segment at the beginning of the day? I swear our pre-show did that where they're like, hey, 80 carry items, pretty good value, and the champs are good, and they're cheaper
Yeah,
than
but
mage items.
Yoshik items don't do very much damage, so I think they're bad.
Hey, they do the boom boom healing.
That's not... Who cares about healing, right?
the boom boom shielding.
Look, at the end of the game, we have a graphic that shows damage dealt to champions. We don't
Yeah.
show healing and shielding.
Honestly, we should.
Therefore, it's irrelevant.
We should.
So many like tank champions.
This didn't happen.
Plant lady.
Only
Oh.
protest.
You're like, I don't want to play the OP dragon
Yeah.
character who's really cool and strong. So you're like, I'll
I
play
gotta
plant.
show off the plants just to
And then you
more
realize
screen time.
the plant lady's just better.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Peanut ulted.
Uh-oh.
Is he even gonna ult? No, he doesn't even get a chance.
You're like,
Literally
"I'll
just
play
stun locked.
And then you
more screen
realize
time.
the plant
Who could have known that a composition with Ivern, Leona, Jin, and Gnar would stun lock a Shyvana until the end of time?
Ulted. Is he even gonna ult? No, he doesn't even get a chance to ult away. It just gets even more sad. I thought we were done. I thought we had our molding Shyvana moments, but I guess they're not over.
I honestly thought the 5 MR and armor from the Drake
I love how Ox is just
apparently
trolling
not.
this entire cast.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Yeah. You can see Peanut, he had a very sheepish grin. I mean,
Maybe if Peanut had another
Just
dragon,
needed it.
maybe if it was 10 armor and MR, you know? Potentially.
well,
That's
other numbers, it's 2 Barons for KT. And it's about to be 3 Infernal Drakes, which will equal an Infernal
I wish we had
Soul.
seen a game with Callista in the bot lane with Shyvana. I wonder if that's actually good.
With Corki, Jin, pretty good. Doran's just like, I'm TPing top. I'm out.
Yeah, he's had enough.
Doesn't help that Zeka's also been bad and this Aatrox has been super
man.
useless.
Yeah, well, they're up against Infernal Soul. It's an 8k gold deficit. We have an IE for both Corki and Jin. Deft even has a red pot. I think it's pretty done. I think the game is over. And yet, I still see things happening in front of me. The Nexus is alive.
Yeah.
We'll see what if Life Esports can pull off the miracle defense against all odds. I will not hold my breath.
Well, they have decent wave clear with Shyvana and MF. I feel like they should try to make some
That's
sort
the pitch.
of...
That's what Shyvana does. She's there for wave clear.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. It broke the shield.
It did, yeah. And Def's just gonna open up on the curtain call and just try to use it to zone here. Will he hit? Yeah, he will. Peanut is very squishy.
That does a lot more damage than Peanut's fire breath. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that was pretty good.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
like 70% HP.
Uh-oh.
Wait, it's
Redemption?
a redemption item. Oh,
Wait, no.
man, no.
Ox is just trolling this entire game. It's so funny, actually.
Just to add insult to injury, they get in the backline, does Barrel. And the wallets are just so heavy that, yes, Perfect is going to go down, but it doesn't matter because BDD is just
Ox has like a hilarious dry sense of humor.
And he will get it in Game 3 as KT Roaster will upset Life Esports today.
I mean, KT played well, but like, what the fuck was that from Hanwha? I didn't even need to watch that series. Shyvana was so useless, guys. All right, guys. That's going to be it for today. Got to watch some live LCK, do the Monty and Wolf show tomorrow morning. And then we'll be streaming probably some LCS after that. LCS VOD reviews. So that's how it's going to go. I will see you guys tomorrow.